Everyone. Welcome to the COPRAC meeting. And as a reminder, this meeting is being recorded. Angela, can you start by taking the roll call, please?
Yes. Taking a roll, Vanola. Here. Bacon.
Here.
Bradley.
Here.
Brown. Fields.
Here.
Krieger.
Here.
Mark.
Here.
Mercado.
Here.
Munoz. O'Reilly.
Here.
Poindexter. And Starr. Thank you.
Great. And next on the agenda is a call for public comments. Do we have anyone waiting for public comment?
If there's anybody who'd like to make a public comment at this moment, can you please use the raise hand function on your screen so that the staff can see you and call on you. Due to the time restrictions, if you want to make a public comment, you will be limited to 2 minutes. There will be an on-screen timer which will show you the 2 minutes and give you a 30-second warning. So at this time, if anybody would like to make a public comment, please use the raise hand function. Okay, I do see one public comment from Todd Hill. So Todd, I will allow you to talk and the timer will start.
Good morning, all, and thank you very much for the opportunity to allow me to speak. As you've already indicated, my name is Todd Hill. I have, unfortunately, an ongoing issue that has persisted since my matriculation at the People's College of Law in 2019. I have not received an accurate transcript. At first, I received a transcript that had an inaccurate unit award. It was 2 units instead of the statutorily required 3, which became an issue that took 2.5 years for the bar to see fit to have that particular issue corrected. But unfortunately, there were a variety of other issues, primarily related to oversight. Today, I still don't have a transcript. I haven't been able to successfully transfer, although, quite frankly, I've fully completed the academic program at the People's College of Law. When I raised complaints, both as a student and in my official capacity as secretary of the corporation,
30 seconds.
related to malfeasance, the state bar supported the school and responded with further malfeasance, which is well documented, which I've submitted as written public comment, but also, quite frankly, I've also submitted the approaches and tactics that have been used. In part, it's not a full list. And so 2 other things. If I'm the only speaker, if I'm the only speaker and protection of the public is the purpose, it seems to limit my time. Doesn't seem to be congruent with at least the rhetoric of the statute, if not its plain language. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Todd, for your public comments. Do we have anyone else in queue?
I don't see anybody else.
Okay. So next on the agenda is the staff report. Or no, actually, before we get to the staff report, I skipped the approval of the minutes. So next on the agenda is approval of the minutes from our last meeting.
Yes, do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
I'll also move.
Second.
Second, thank you, Raquel. All right, I will take the vote to approve the minutes from the last meeting. Bacon,
Yes.
Brown,
Present, and I was present for check-in, but I was in the public room.
thank you.
So not for check-in, but for roll call.
Bradley,
Yes.
Shivers, Krieger,
Yes.
Mark,
Yes.
Mercado.
Yes.
Munoz, O'Reilly,
Yes.
Poindexter, Star, and Benola.
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes with 8 in favor.
Okay. And so now on the agenda is a staff report. Sure. So if Erica can provide that, sorry, I wasn't sure if you're doing that now or later, but.
Yeah, my staff report now will be very brief because I think a lot of the conversation will be in some of the discussion and action items. So basically, the only update to give is that at the Board of Trustees meeting on July 20th, the board approved the civility-related rule changes, including California Rule of Court 9.7, and then Rules of Professional Conduct 1.2, 8.4, and new rule 8.4.2. So those were all approved by the Board of Trustees. As the committee is aware, those will need to go to the California Supreme Court for ultimate adoption. And then there's an implementing rule as well, which is State Bar Rule 2.3 that will implement the attorney oath requirements in 9.7. But that rule is essentially contingent on whether or not the Supreme Court makes those amendments to Rule of Court 9.7. So staff is in the process of drafting the petition for Supreme Court to submit to the California Supreme Court recommending adoption. And that's the main action item, I think, from the board meeting. And then, like I said, we'll be discussing kind of implementation of Rule 8.3 and other things going on kind of throughout the agenda.
Okay, thanks, Erica. And now we have a discussion of AI, and I know we have some guest speakers. I'm not sure if they're with us yet. Or do we have to?
Do you have Winston right now?
I'm sorry, I was taking a second to connect.
So before we start that.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, thank you for joining us. And I think Brandon might briefly give an overview before we start, but let's let everyone join first.
Yeah. I can keep it very brief. We are in the information gathering phase. We don't want to be issuing any guidance on things that we do not understand. And so we are still downloading a lot of information to ourselves. Erica was so kind as to arrange the speakers today, so I will let her speak about each of the presenters today. But this is just generating our understanding of what the technology is and how it interacts with the ethical structures we already have, and questions that arise, any novel issues, any existing issues that need to be reinforced. So, Erica.
Great. Thanks, Brandon. So yeah, this is basically hopefully an opportunity for CoPrac to learn from these speakers. So the way it's structured, just to be mindful of the speaker's time, is it's really set in like 30-minute increments. However, as you'll see, we're promoting anyone who was asked to participate today, so that if they'd like, they can engage in the dialogue as well. But essentially, as you'll see on your screen, that's Winston Weinberg, who's the founder of Harvey, here to kind of kick us off. And then we'll have 3 other speakers that will hopefully either be promoted as they come in or be there for kind of about a 30-minute increment or so. So Winston, thank you for joining us this morning or this evening, I think, where you are.
Yeah, I'm traveling, and apologies if any Wi-Fi problems I have. So yeah, so I can kick it off. Let me share my screen. I have a kind of a brief presentation. Can everyone see this?
Yes.
Sweet.
Okay, maybe are you going to say something about who you are? I'm not
Yes,
familiar.
I am.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, I will. So my name is Winston Weinberg. I'm a co-founder and COO of Harvey. I used to be a securities and antitrust litigator at O'Melveny & Myers. And my other co-founder, who is not presenting today, is the technical side of the team. And so he used to work at Google Brain, Meta, and DeepMind as well. And so our company in general is actually split down the middle between research scientists and lawyers. So we have lawyers from big law firms like Wachtell, Allen & Overy, partners from those places, as well as engineers from all of the kind of like larger research labs. And we keep that kind of that structure overall to make sure that we can actually, engage these models in the best way for legal. And so we sell a platform that allows lawyers to interact with generative AI models. We use a combination of models, so it's not just one model. We're funded by OpenAI, and so the majority of the models that we use are custom models that we have built with OpenAI. So again, kind of already went a little bit of an overview of the company, but our goal here is to make sure that these systems are deployed safely in law firms. And at the time, we actually only work with kind of a select few law firms as we build out the platform. And eventually we'll scale it out, but we want to make sure that we are not kind of throwing these systems to everyone at once. It would probably be easier for us to make more money that way. But we're making sure that we actually design the systems and make sure that they are up to the standards of the legal profession, right? And there's 4 things that I'm going to talk about today. So the main ones are accuracy, transparency, governance, and security. And the goal here is just to kind of give you guys some insight in how we're thinking about these things and how we're implementing them kind of at the technical level and then also at the UI or platform level for the attorneys. So the main one with accuracy is reducing hallucinations. We do that through a system called grounding, which I'll talk about a little bit later. But basically that is, we show the model the correct information that it needs in order to answer the question. One of the kind of like high level ways to think about this is, I was an antitrust attorney, and if you had sat me down in a room and you gave me every single case on antitrust law and you said memorize, and then you left for a week and I came back and you asked me, what is the pass-through affirmative defense or some high level question about that type of law, I would probably be able to answer it. But if you ask me, what does it say on page 6 of Apple v. Pepper, that'd be very difficult for me. Be very difficult even for someone with a perfect memory, I think. And even if you went into a room and you gave them it 100 million times and then again and again and again, you still would have difficulty being able to cite like exact pages, bring out quotes verbatim. And so what we try to do is we give the model actually that page or those sections of the contract or the requisite order form and MSA, et cetera. And then we have the model ask the question. And this reduces hallucination significantly, actually kind of in the same way that it reduces human error. So the next one is transparency. This is, even though we have a lot of measures to reduce hallucinations and increase accuracy, it's still inaccurate sometimes. That's just the state of where these models are at. And I think it will be that way for a little bit. And so we make it clear to users where it's good, where it might make more mistakes. And more importantly, in our outputs, we flag, oh, this might be hallucinated versus this is cited, and you can go and check in the document where it cites this. Governance, we very much kind of allow law firms to have a lot of flexibility in who gets what access to what tool. And as we're kind of developing these tools very quickly, some law firms will say, okay, well, this tool has been tested for 6 months, and so we'll give this to XYZ people. This tool is in alpha, and we'll give that to our senior attorneys who are the select testing group. And then once that's ready to go, we'll roll it out to everyone else. And then security, just adhering to kind of like the market standards of any company that is operating in the cloud. And also tracking the evolving ecosystem here. I think that not just law firms, but all companies are probably going to use generative AI in one shape or form in the future. And so we're figuring out, security is a moving target and making sure that we're adhering to that at all times. So I just talked about this. The most effective way to avoid these hallucinations is with grounding. So it's actually providing the correct information to the model as the same way as you go and look up the case Apple v. Pepper, and then you go to page 6, and then you see what it actually says there. Here are some other ways that we do this. So this is a little technical, but I can send this document after as well. But this is just kind of like some high level ways, just to show you kind of like how we're thinking about this. So the first one is query informed retrieval, which is basically based off of this query, what would you need from the document or data set or case law, et cetera, to answer the question. Sometimes this isn't enough. So one perfect example of this not being enough is if you have a question you're asking about intellectual property rights, and you have a master service agreement and you have an order form, and everything in the order form has superseding intellectual property rights over what's in the MSA. If you ask the model, what are the intellectual property rights? It's going to come up with 2 conflicting versions of what the intellectual property rights are. And so you need to teach the model this document supersedes this document, right? And so that's kind of how we do the document indexes, and we do document indexes by document types, by databases, et cetera. Another thing that we do is we actually design specific algorithms for specific tasks. And so kind of how this works is you have an attorney tell you this is how I would look this question up. These are the resources that I would use, et cetera. And then you have engineers teach the models how to do the same thing. So kind of the most basic example of this would be, say you're trying to look at it, get a bunch of information from 10Ks on a specific company. One process might be based off of this query, which stock tickers do I need to pull from Edgar, right? Something like that. And so you can actually teach the models to get better at those particular processes. So fine tuning is another way. And so we like to think of fine tuning as fine tuning for processes. So in the example that I just gave you, you can teach the model to be better at picking the correct stock ticker. You can teach the model at being better at picking which document supersedes the other document, et cetera, more than here's a bunch of legal data, fine tune on it. That doesn't work that well. And then the other thing is robust benchmarking. And so we, there's a lot of questions that you can ask over a lot of different types of legal documents. And so we create these very large benchmarks of, okay, it works very well on these type of questions over merger agreements. It works very well on these type of questions over loan agreements, but maybe these type of questions on a different agreement, it doesn't work as well on. And we flag that to the user, and I'll talk about that later. But it's also just how we improve our systems over time by making sure that it works, horizontally improving instead of it improves in one area, but at the cost of it being poorer in another. So this doesn't fix all the problems. There still are hallucinations. And I think that is something that is probably going to be, the case for it, or at least the next couple of months. And so what we do is we show the user where all of the sources are, and we allow them to kind of flag hallucinations. So here I have kind of an example from maybe something that would appear in our product. And so here I'm talking, maybe I'm the general counsel of Amazon, and I'm asking a question about a new case that came out, Apple v. Pepper, and it's a famous antitrust case, and how is that going to impact our company? And so in the first part, the court focused on the direct purchaser rule under Illinois BRIC, et cetera, et cetera. And what it's doing there is summarizing what happened in the case. And do you see those blue little citations? That's the same as in a motion. When you cite to something, you can click on those blue citations and it will take you to the portion of the case, and it will highlight it and it will show you this is where I got this information. But note in the stuff in blue here that's highlighted in blue, Amazon could respond by carefully reviewing its antitrust compliance policies and risk factors in light of this case and evaluating Amazon's business model and contracts with third-party sellers for potential antitrust vulnerabilities. There's no citations there, and it's highlighted in blue. And the reason that is our models can't find anything in the supporting document to actually support that contention. And if it can't find anything, we still want the model to be able to generate these things, because sometimes creativity is helpful. And so we basically produce it in a way that the user can say, wait a second, this is probably a hallucination, but we don't want to completely remove it, because sometimes this can give decent advice and strategic advice to a lawyer. So governance is really important to us as well. And the main thing here is a collaboration. So I don't think anything should be solely built in a lab. Legal work is incredibly complex, and you need to make sure that you partner with law firms to kind of build out these functionalities and to see where the models have strengths and have weaknesses. User education and guidance, this is important as well. So we provide disclaimers that everything is generated by AI, et cetera. This happens at each session, and it's very much in your face. And we explain in detail where the model is strong and weak in each use cases. And going back to those benchmarks, we end up having, we'll probably at the end of the year have tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of benchmarks, and we'll be able to tell the users this is where it works, this is where it doesn't work. The next one is layered review. So at this time, we only provide access to larger firms. The reason we do that is because at larger firms, there's usually 6 or 7 layers of review before anything goes to a client. And we want to make sure that these systems are reliable enough before we start kind of expanding it. We also have admin dashboards. And so in here, you can basically, the whole firm can look at their examples and benchmarks, and it will show you kind of, this is the reliability score, et cetera. So, here's some examples of queries that work really well on merger agreements. Here's some examples of queries that work really well related to antitrust, et cetera. There's permissions. So the admin at a law firm can change the permissions at the general level. So only these folks get this, et cetera, practice area or individual. So literally, only your first years get access to this, or only senior attorneys get access to this, and first years and second years don't, et cetera. Monitoring, admin can track usage down to the query level. So law firms can kind of like track usage across the board. And then a quick note just on, we make sure that we're maintaining all of the security standards that any cloud provider has. So, and I think the main point I wanted to leave with is we believe that collaboration is the most important thing here. And so everything that we design, our team is not a bunch just engineers. It's a lot of attorneys as well. It's equally attorneys as it is engineers. And we're making sure that throughout this entire process, we have the engineers that are able to build these things, but as well as the attorneys and the clients and the law firms that are willing to collaborate with us and make sure that these systems are reliable and usable actually in practice. So I'm open to any questions.
Winston, can you tell us a little bit, give us some examples of projects that lawyers would use your interface for? I mean, can it create a draft of a brief in response to a motion? Can it do things like that?
Yeah, so I think one of the hard parts with describing our systems is they're very general. And so like some of our systems is you upload a document and you can ask any question off of it, any legal question off of that. And so that could be a brief, and you say, could you respond to this brief? Or what are the weakest arguments in this brief, et cetera. But that system could also look like you upload a merger agreement and you say, could you draft in item 1.01 a summary for Form AK of this merger agreement, et cetera. And so all of these things are kind of like first passes at legal work. None of it is ever actually what is turned into a client. Yeah.
Winston, I have a couple.
Sorry, yeah.
Hi.
Yeah,
I have a couple of questions. The first one is from our perspective, which is from a regulatory lens. What are some things we should be thinking about from that standpoint, given what you're seeing? That if you don't mind, could I just ask you all 4 questions and then you answer, or do you want me to do one? Okay.
for sure.
The other one is if you could share a bit more about the app, how these firms are actually using the tool, the range of ways, and in some way also, the high efficacy usage of them, meaning you're feeling very confident in whatever the stress tests are around the use, and then those that people are using but may have a lower level of efficacy.
Yeah.
So that'd be another set of questions. Or the other one is, in some way, the combination of your pricing model, how does it work with level of service, collaboration, to give us some sense of, as you say, right now you're using it with large firms that have the affordability. There may be other firms who may be using something else that doesn't because of price point. So just some sense of what that is. And then the other, a fourth question would be around what sort of the upside, not the fear side of how we should regulate it, but what could it do? Where could be the innovations and the leapfrogging and the levers in the profession with the use of your product, or in general generative AI? Thank you.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'd love to answer the last one first, but I'll start from the top. So
wherever you want is fine. No order, whatever is good for you.
In terms of kind of how I would think about this if I was regulating, is I actually think there are a lot of standards in place already, right? So their duty of competence is already there. I think that the main thing that needs to exist is that lawyers are checking the work. And I think that already happens. I think like at least most of the lawyers that I have interacted with and met, they would not just submit something from an AI to a client. They would 100% check all of the work. And so how we're thinking about it is, I think that is already a standard that exists. And I think that most lawyers are going to adhere to that already. I think it's also similar to kind of like oversight of a junior associate. I mean, I definitely, when I came out of law school, I did not know how to practice law. And I think that definitely happens a decent amount of time, right? Where there are like, I knew how to practice law overall, but I didn't know how to do exactly this particular type of law, et cetera. And you need constant oversight while you're a junior, while you're learning how to practice law, right? I didn't know how to do securities law. I'd never done that before, right? And I had many people on my team that were teaching me. I had mentors that were guiding me through the process, and I had folks that were reviewing my work before it actually went to a client. And I think that's the most important piece. And so I am definitely under the belief that most lawyers are already abiding by these rules, that they are, checking their work and they're making sure that there are ways to double check. I think the most important part is making it easy to check, right? And so like one of the problems, in the New York case, et cetera, was it's hard to tell where it's just a raw model. It doesn't point you to anything. Everything kind of like looks like it's coming from the same place, et cetera. And so I think the thing here is, I don't think we need more regulation on this. I think what we need is better systems for lawyers to be able to check the work. Because normally what they're used to is, an associate will send you, this is the response, and these are the 10 places that I found this, right? I found this here, this is the work I did, I talked to this person, I interviewed them, they said this, I found this case law, this is where it is, here's the citations, et cetera. And so building systems like that, I think, is the most important step. The second question, I think I might have these out of order, but the second one might have been, where is it good, where is it not good? Right now, I think it's very good at summarization off the bat. It's very good at kind of simple questions off of documents. So, what was the termination fee in this merger agreement? It's quite good at that. Things like that. We're definitely in a range where when you start intertwining relationships between documents, it becomes quite difficult. So the example I gave earlier with the MSA and the order form, right? So it's right now models have a hard time distinguishing between, okay, there's a relationship here and there are clauses in document 2 that relate to document 1, right? And so we're working on increasing those abilities over time, but I'd say that is probably one of the worst areas. And then the second area is anywhere where you need way more context. So sometimes you'll be asking a question and you need the context of 10 years of emails, right? with a certain client or something like that. And sometimes I think lawyers have the expectation that if the models somehow know that, right? And so if you ask, what does my client want here? And then and you upload a document or something like that, that's not enough context, right? And so I think like, as long as we can increase the ability for lawyers to put the correct context in there, we will get better and better at those tasks. What was the third one? Sorry, what was the third one?
The third one is, what's the pricing, the service,
oh yeah, of course.
collaboration
models? So our pricing kind of varies by how many seats you buy, et cetera. And so I think that I can very confidently say that it is at a point where it is affordable. It is significantly cheaper than any legal research tool on the market by a factor of 10 probably. So it's much cheaper than what's on the market. I think that what gets more expensive is we do customizations for firms. And it's pretty hard to come up with kind of like exactly this is how the pricing model works, because it just depends on the firm and how much data we're kind of like starting to look at, or if they want to build like a process or something like that, so that they can better serve clients, that can get more pricey. But I think if the point of the question was, is there going to be a disconnect between those who can afford this technology, like the large big law firms, versus the folks that aren't at one of those large firms? I actually think that's not the case. I think this is going to be cheaper than legal research tools as they currently exist. And then the last thing, which I'm most excited to talk about, I think there's a couple of things here. So one, I think that as a junior associate and a junior attorney in general, you do a lot of work that is routine or things that you don't want to do. And as everyone knows here, we have some problems in the profession with, attrition and burnout and substance abuse and other issues like that. And my hope here is that everyone gets to do sooner in their career what they set out to do when they wanted to be a lawyer, right? Most people did not end up wanting to be a lawyer so that they could go over discovery files for a long time and mark them as relevant or not relevant. I'm not sure, but I think most people here, that's not what they wanted to do. And so the hope here, and folks do that right now, so that in 10 years, they can actually interact with clients, or they, in 5 years, et cetera, they can actually go to trial. And my hope is that these tools allow those folks to do these things sooner. In the same way that associates probably 20, 30 years ago were spending a lot of time physically building binders. They don't do that anymore, right? And so that's I think one of the first steps. And the second step, I think, is collaboration. So I think that we haven't had a technology before that has opened the door for a bunch of collaboration other than really the internet. So if you think about maybe from more a business structure, like international M&A. International M&A didn't really used to be a thing before the internet, and now it's a huge thing. And you can kind of actually have collaboration with people in this country, in that country, in this country. And I think that these AI tools actually have the opportunity, because we can kind of quickly communicate with each other, we can get first drafts done, et cetera, to increase collaboration among not just law firms, like the law firm and this law firm, but actually among clients and law firms, so that they can actually get access to the resources that they want very quickly. So,
Winston, I had a question. It's about the flow of confidential information.
Yep.
So in one of your member firms puts in a query and asks the system a question that probably includes confidential client information, and it goes in, and then is that information used?
no.
Okay. So firms don't consent to release that information. So you don't use that for training or benchmarking or developing the model?
No, we do not. The only thing that we do training. So when you think of training, and I think I talked about this before, a lot of folks think of fine tuning, like the effective fine tuning, as let's grab a bunch of case law and fine tune on top of that, and all of a sudden it will be a lawyer. The way that we do fine tuning is actually process based. And so it's like, we'll teach the model to do certain processes. And so the fine tuning that we do with firms right now, and the customization we do with firms, is more based off of, can you teach a model to help search through all our internal documents? Can you teach a model to basically create drafts of documents based off our templates, right? Can you teach a model to go and say, when is the last time that we did XYZ merger over, and had a termination fee over 2% or something like that, right? And then search and find that. Or let's take loan agreements and turn them into covenant charts, or something like that as well. And so basically the way to think of fine tuning is, we're not fine tuning on any client data, we're fine tuning on information at the law firm itself. And really in the result is, can you give all of these models the same amount of context that a junior associate would use to answer a question? And that's kind of what we're doing.
There are a couple of questions in the chat, and I don't think you can see that. I don't know if you can see that or not.
Oh, I can't see that.
Does someone, I'm happy to read them, but does someone mind reading them aloud? Maybe the asker.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Maybe I can. Okay, sorry. Eleanor said, how many law firms are actively engaged, and is the primary focus case law at this point? No, the primary focus is, sorry, I'll do the case law first. The primary focus is not case law at this point. We work on internal workflows. So I think approach case law eventually. But right now we're mostly focused on internal workflows. And so that's helping you draft, that's helping you analyze documents, that's helping you come up with arguments, things like that. I can't say publicly how many law firms are actively engaged at this time, sorry. Do you provide usage rules, guidelines? Sorry, Joel asked, do you provide usage rules, guidelines that you recommend your clients employ or abide by when using the product? Yes, we do. Can they be shared with us, or are they proprietary at this point? So we work with law firms. So we have like a base one for usage and guidelines that we actually will publish in probably the next couple of months. We've been working with outside counsel on actually kind of developing those and talking to kind of like a bunch of people in the industry. I unfortunately can't share the ones that we have right now because we actually work with the law firms to build them. So we kind of started with like a base, and then each law firm has very different internal guidelines. And those are the only two questions.
Reliability and accuracy.
Yeah.
What are you doing to measure that right now? Or how do you
Yeah.
that will be measured?
Yeah, so incredibly difficult problem. I think if you kind of think about it, the surface level is any legal question, any legal document. And so it's quite easy to do stuff like you can measure accuracy in some instances. So if you say, you know, was this termination fee 500 million, yes or no, right? So that's like pretty easy, like objective accuracy. But we're getting to the point where if you can use an AI model to generate a portion of a brief or a portion of written work, et cetera, how do you actually say that that's right or wrong, right? Like if you use AI to generate a merger agreement, how do you say yes, no? You can say yes, the termination is incorrect, et cetera. And so what we actually try to do is we try to measure the accuracy at each step that the model is taking rather than the actual output. And so one way to think about this is in that example of let's build something where you ask a question and it answers it off of Edgar or something like that. The first step to that is you ask a query and it decomps that query and says, okay, based off of this query, which stock tickers on Edgar should I pick? And so that's not the answer, right? That's not the answer to whatever the question is that you asked, but that's the first step. And so what we can do is we can build benchmarks that basically say, okay, well, it's getting better at picking the correct stock ticker, right? And the same way of you can basically train the model, okay, if it's creating an index of a document, is that index correct, right? And so you can do it in steps, and then you'll see an increase in accuracy across the board. Kind of do it in piecemeal.
I have a follow-up question on that point, Winston. So in the example that you gave of maybe using the tool to help you draft an agreement, how can the attorney then check to make sure that the terms of the agreement, is there a clear link to the source for a particular?
Yeah, so if you were trying to draft off of like a merger agreement, what would happen basically is you would upload the merger agreement and then you'd say like change the termination fee to be XYZ. And then it would cite back to the termination fee in the agreement.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what's the timeline anticipated for rolling this out? I think you said it's mainly used right now at larger law firms, given the more layers of review that can go through the process. But what's the time frame for rolling this out to smaller or mid-sized firms?
I don't have an answer to that right now. A lot of it has to do with how quickly we scale our team. And so that's kind of more of an kind of figuring out, you know, we're a small team right now. We're only around 20 people. And so I think once we get a bigger team and we get a better eval team to kind of like do the evaluation around the reliability of the models, I'll have a better sense of that, but I don't have a great timeline and answer for that at this time. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Winston, I may have misunderstood. I'm just trying to make sure I'm understanding the terms. I think you said that you're not focused on case law right now.
Yeah.
But you did say it was cheaper than any legal research tool. Are you referring to like Lexis or Westlaw, or what do you mean?
Yeah.
I'm confused there.
Yeah, so we don't do case law research, but my point was just as a point of comparison between like where the price point is.
Okay. Okay.
Now, Winston, I put a question in the chat, but I'll just.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, the question is, you know, it sounds like you're developing and the product is evolving. And you talk about it's mainly used by the junior associates and it'll be checked by the people. Where do you see it going? When does AI going to get a corner office? I mean, what's the end goal with this? What's it look like?
I definitely don't think it will ever get a corner office. We're pretty far behind in robotics. No, I'm kidding. So I think that 100% you will always have lawyers in the loop, no matter what. I think that there will be a little bit of a rising tide in use cases, right? So it might be that AI is used very commonly in discovery, and most of discovery and most of due diligence is done by maybe, you know, AI. I don't know what percentage, and I don't know on what time horizon, but things like that. But the actual strategic work and advice, there's too much context. So a very good point, like one point of reference here is if you are negotiating a deal, right? And a lot of that negotiation is what does your client want? And a lot of that is context that these models will never have, right? Or at least in any time in the near future. And so there is always going to be lawyers in the loop at all times, even if the models get to the point where they're really good at like, discovery or due diligence or these lower level things. That's not the end of the case, right? That's just, can you float the important information to the lawyer faster so the lawyer can make the decision? I think that's pretty much the differentiator, is these models are never making decisions. They're just basically, hey, this is the information you're looking for. It's kind of the same as asking a colleague, could you go summarize these things and then I'll make a decision based off of your summary. That's closer to how it's going to be. It's going to get better at summarizing and it's going to get faster at it. And it's going to be able to basically do this with much, much more accuracy. But at the end of the day, the decision is always going to be on the lawyer.
Well, thank you, Winston, for sharing your thoughts and taking time to speak to our committee. We really appreciate it. And it'll help
Yeah, of
us with the AI working group. I want to be mindful of your time, so I'm going to move on to the next speaker we have on the agenda is Josh Kubicki, the director and professor of the University of Richmond School of Law. And if you could start, that would be great. Thanks, Josh.
Yeah, welcome, or hello to everybody, and thank you very much for having me here with you. Unsure how familiar you might be with my background, so I just sort of want to set the stage so that so I can be most valuable to you all, and feel free to redirect or interject during any sort of my remarks or conversation this morning. So a brief background on myself. I began my legal career in the in-house capacity. And I share that because that gave me a glimpse of the business side of the legal practice from the early on stages of my career, and very formative years, if you will. Since then, and for the last 2 decades, I've been primarily focused on the business side of legal services. That can mean traditional law firm practices. How do we make them more profitable, serve clients better? It could be in the public interest realm where there's, scarce resources and demand exceeds capacity. It could be in the in-house role where the internal customer is demanding something new or different from the in-house team. Again, could be one GC or teams of hundreds, and sort of how do they adapt and integrate new processes, new types of talent, and of course, new technology. So I come at this from a business perspective. I teach and have been teaching the entrepreneurial mindset. I'm an entrepreneur now and have been for the last decade or so, and really believe that fundamentally lawyers are operating businesses. Yes, it's a profession. Yes, it's a practice, but most legal services, I cannot think of one that are currently offered. They have an underlying business model. And by looking at that business model and understanding that business model, I believe and have researched and proven that there's more value to be gained by the lawyer, the employees in the law firms or in the legal teams themselves, and obviously for the clients. Now, I share all that because I come at generative AI not from a software engineer, not from a machine learning or data science perspective. I come at this from a practitioner, and I come at this from understanding all the different levers that lawyers have to choose to pull to design their practices. And so when generative AI has been emerging rapidly over the last year, I immediately saw it as a business tool for lawyers and those that work with lawyers to add to the arsenal of tools they already have, whether they use them or not, to improve the delivery of legal services for themselves or for their clients. So that's sort of my context. Another quick background, I challenged myself, this is several months ago, when generative AI, ChatGPT was released, understanding the fundamental promise of it and the fundamental danger of it. I challenged myself to write consecutively for 100 days on the pragmatic use and implications of this new technology, specifically for the global legal markets, and I write a newsletter. It's now over 2,500 subscribers. It's a global audience. It's in-house counsel. It's small law. It's big law. It's academics, so on and so forth. So that has been a very strong tool for me to understand, share information, learn from the market as well. I also actively advise, coach law firms, in-house teams currently and also teach. As you know, I'm a professor, but I also offer courses and teach to law firms on generative AI right now. So that's sort of my background in all of this, and give you some context. I have learned and study the models as best I can. Again, not from a software developer or data science perspective. I want to know how they operate so that I can flag issues for our profession, for the users. The unfortunate thing is that when these models were released, and they're still being released today, they don't come with user instructions. They don't come with a how-to manual. They're released into the wild, and everybody, including lawyers, have been left to our own devices to figure out how best to use these things. And therein lies the promise and the danger, if you will, of sort of where we find ourselves in this technology right now. So with that as sort of a premise, I was asked to sort of share sort of a background on how this technology works from a very pragmatic perspective. I understand that some of you may be more expert than others. Some of you may be more novice than others. So I don't want to waste anyone's time, but I thought it might be helpful for me to sort of just share from my perspective and sort of how I teach this based on the feedback I'm getting of some of the big gaps of knowledge in the market that I think sharing with you all would inform you and how to think about regulating, or how to think about speaking about this from your perspective to your members of the bar. So let me just pull up my screen here. Okay, so hopefully everyone can see my screen. Yeah, and just as a quick sort of intro into this. So one of the things that I find is helpful to sort of set the table is we've been trained by Google and other search engines to respond to an open window like that with putting in the least amount of information possible. And Google is so good at what it does, and the other search engines, that's all we need to do. And it'll return on the first page. We don't usually have to look too far down the returns to find what we're looking for. That has trained us for good or bad to then look at what you see on the right-hand side, which is the interface to ChatGPT. It looks not too dissimilar to a Google page. And while it says send a message, that's a confusing signal to most users. We don't really know what that means. Some people don't even know what a prompt is. So we're learning new language as well. And we just heard from the previous speaker, terms like fine tuning and foundational model and all that kind of stuff. So if we just look at the user interface, if we just look at what the vast majority of the profession is using today, right? So if we talk about solos and all that, these are the public facing free tools that most people, including lawyers, are using today. We just throw words into that. And we've seen sort of some of the challenges and garbage that we get returned if we don't know how to properly use these. So I just want to stop right here and put a pin in this topic. And that is, what is your role in helping your members understand the proper way to interact with these tools, right? I think that's often forgotten. We're sort of assuming that everyone knows how to use these tools, how to quote unquote prompt, how to interact with them. And if you've used these tools for any length of time, you quickly realize there's an art and to some degree a science with how to properly interact with these tools. And that information isn't out there readily available. Yes, you can watch YouTube videos. Yes, you can Google it. Yes, you can experiment. But many people have made lots of money selling prompt libraries that are garbage. It doesn't take much to Google legal or lawyer prompts that you can buy, unfortunately, or people are giving them away that are just absolutely the wrong way and creating an expectation on how to use these free tools for legal research. So I wanted to flag that issue. What role do we as bar associations, as governance, do we have in helping our members understand there's a better way and a poor way to interact? And is that part of their duty of competence? And if so, how do they gain competence, but for trial and error or spending money on education or so on and so forth? So just starting with the basics, we haven't even lifted the hood yet. I wanted to move on to sort of not a technical element, but really what is challenging about these tools and how they interact with us, and how that can create a false sense of fact or truth, or even a false sense of that the tool knows what I'm talking about, as though it has an actual cognizance around the topic, which it doesn't. These things have been trained to be informal to some degree. They don't speak computer speak, they speak human. They have an empathetic tone to them. They tend to be polite. There's been instances where, yes, you can make them be very impolite, but generally they're meant to be polite. They're always responsive. They've been trained to, no matter what, be responsive. And at first, we know that they were asking or answering a lot of questions that they probably shouldn't have. And some of the leading tools like those by OpenAI and Microsoft, they will respond now by saying, you know, that's an inappropriate question, or you're asking for legal advice. So those tools are getting better, but the point is they're always going to respond, and they're meant to be engaging and always be clear and always have clarity. The characteristics below the dotted line there is some of the behaviors of some of these tools that with an uneducated user, that user might tend to over rely on the results. And we just heard from Winston that Harvey's not saying rely 100% on the results. You must review this work. But in the world that we live in, people are time pressed, or if you don't understand what these tools are, these types of things get you in trouble. And that is, they tend to respond in a confident manner. They're not second guessing themselves. They're not saying, well, I could be wrong. They're presenting it as though it's fact, even though it might not be fact. They're very persuasive. And again, they always answer, which leads to this notion of hallucinations, which I want to unpack that, because there's a whole host of challenges in hallucinations that I think we could over knee-jerk reaction to, that if we don't fully unpack that notion of hallucinations, we might regulate in a way that's too overly broad or too narrow. Let me move on here real quickly. I want to just set the table. And again, I apologize if some of you are already familiar with this, but I think a visual is sort of helpful. This goes back to what I just said, in that these models don't have an understanding, a human consciousness understanding of what they're talking about. They basically take words, and not trying to be too technical, and they chunk them up into 3 to 4 character tokens, is the word, or is the phrase that used to describe that. And once they chunk up these words into tokens, they're then analyzing the probabilities of these tokens appearing in proximity to one another, right? So it's really just sparsing the entire internet. If you can picture on the left-hand side of the internet, if it was a physical thing, all these books and all this information, ingested this, and no, it doesn't realize that it's reading William Shakespeare's, Romeo and Juliet. No, but it understands how words are appearing in proximity to others at a scale that we just haven't seen before. Prior AI models were more linear, or the machine learning arena was very task specific. You could very much sort of train a model to do one thing extremely well, but not a lot of things extremely well. And that's sort of where we are. So it just breaks these things up, these words or these tokens up. And then when it's replying, it's simply taking our prompt, going back into its language model, looking at these probabilities of these tokens and how they're interconnected and how they interact and interplay across human language, and then returning a prompt response that it believes has the highest probability of being relevant to us. It doesn't understand that it's making things up. Its whole job is to be creative. Its whole job is to take the human language and create something new out of it. And again, I'm going to just flag hallucination because it's a very problematic word and notion right now in the pop culture lexicon. When we talk about it, it sounds like a bad thing. That's what this tool is designed to do. And that's what it's doing all the time. We as humans are judging it based on fact or truth, which again, these models, putting Harvey or the other sort of legal specific ones aside for a moment, these models are not truth finders. Okay, that's not really their purpose. But again, we don't know this. And because they're so good at interacting with us and they tend to be more truthful than not, we create an expectation ourselves that everything they're saying is true. So just want to emphasize sort of the mathematics, if you will, or probability or statistics that are driving these models versus core understanding of what they're actually talking about. Let's move on here real quickly to just some things I wanted to flag, and then I'll pause because I want to allow ample time for you guys to redirect me, ask any questions or challenges that you might have. So when I talk about sort of the risks here, I want to really take this time now to go into this hallucination. So a hallucination, we tend to have like it's trippy, like it's a bad trip, like we're hallucinating. We tend to, just from a human level, tend to view that word as a bad thing. It's a bad behavior. You could easily say, instead of hallucination, creativity. Creativity has a lot more positive notions to it. Creativity is not always fact-based. Okay. How do we get new ideas? We string new thoughts and phrases and disparate information together to try to craft something. And when we do that effectively and it's pleasing, we'll call it creativity. If we, on our own subjective measures, decide that it's unpleasing, we might call it something like hallucination. So I think we need to be very careful about overusing that word. Again, these machines and these tools are designed to answer, not always be factual. Again, I'm going to set aside some of the narrowly tailored or specific legal models in this space as they've tried to attach their language models to underlying resources and factual references. The other risk I've talked about is these tools are generally being misapplied. They're brought to us as general purpose. You can use them for marketing. You can use them for legal research. You could use them for negotiating with your landlord. You could use them to, if we're talking in the visual realm, create new images. You can use them to create new music. Yes, but not all the models are designed with the same strengths. Even in the free models like Google Bard versus the plus version of OpenAI GPT-4, there's definitive strengths and weaknesses that exist between those models that honestly aren't apparent. They're not publicized. There's no way for a user, a lawyer, to know inherently or explicitly how best to use these tools. So there's a big information gap out there in the market with a lot of these free tools. The third is, we've heard a lot about inherent bias, and it's, I think we've gotten beyond this. At first, these models were very jarring in their responses, and at first people were very put off by that. And as I think the collective public has gotten our head around the fact that these models, most of them have been built off of things like Reddit or Twitter or Wikipedia or all the blogs out there on the internet, that we've come to recognize and understand that because we as humans are biased and these models were trained on our language, at least strongly influenced Western language and English, that those biases are inherent in these models. And each company is doing what they can right now to filter and really sort of commit to this notion of responsible AI and remove or control for those biases as best they can. But again, at first, and I think still to today, there's not a collective understanding of, well, what is bias, what is not, how do I control for it as a user, how do I not contribute to it with my prompting, so on and so forth. So there are still some risks there as well. And then the fourth one, sort of, let's harken back to the cloud wars, if you will, when cloud storage first came on, and we as a profession had many hand-wringing moments where we contemplated if we're storing information in the cloud, not locally on premises on our local machines, is that somehow disturbing or destroying client confidentiality or privileged information? Excuse me. I think we've overcome that in most instances as we've learned the security parameters and just the feasibility of doing that as a profession and making it better client service in doing so. But we all know that this is that. Plus, in some cases, the models are learning. We had some questions in the previous session on if Harvey is using certain inputs to continue to train the model. Again, depending on the model that you use, between Bard or Bing Chat or Anthropic's Claude, staying with the free consumer-facing ones, each ones have different parameters and different policies over how they're using data. So again, what's the obligation? What is competence from a lawyer's perspective in understanding the intricacies of these models and how they're using them? So I'm going to pause there for any redirects or questions or challenges or comments you have. I'm happy to dig in deeper more to the ethics or specific examples of how lawyers are using this throughout the market that I've seen and that I've been teaching.
Yeah, Josh, Mark, I've got a question. You just had the list of risks. Are there any metrics that you can share with us on what is the degree of each of those risks? When I'm using it, what are my odds of getting hallucinations? How can we manipulate it so that I reduce those risks? Or are they just, they vary too much from search to search or job to job?
They unfortunately, it's your latter. It's the latter. They vary too much. The user input can have a direct impact on the reliability of the output, right? So if we're prompting these poorly, if we're not instructing these models as a user, we're putting in sort of generic or obtuse prompts, the likelihood of getting back information that is unreliable might be greater. If we're using very specific prompts and pushing these models to be as precise as possible, but we're pushing outside the context of their underlying model, the knowledge and content that they have, you might be pushing up against the model and it's going to return a reply to you. So again, this is why it's fundamental to know what these things have been trained on, so we know what's an appropriate area to ask and what might not be an appropriate area to ask. One thing I'll respond, we are early, but this is where the open source movement is so helpful, because with the open source models versus the proprietary models, those things like the weights and measures and the parameters and potentially downstream scoring of reliability, because it's open source, there is a broader developer community that could look into developing those tools or apps in those open source models. And the proprietary models, we have to rely on those enterprises that run those and operate those. And I wouldn't imagine if past is a prologue to the future, that will have much transparency or visibility into that.
Josh, I had a quick question. From what you're describing, it sounds to me like as we're trying to figure out what our role is here, there's kind of the regulatory question. Do we need new rules? And then there's a separate question, you've touched on both, which is sort of a guidance question, reminding people that the existing rules apply to these scenarios in certain ways. From what Winston described, at least their approach, and maybe all of them that exist right now, it sounds to me like we're in the guidance phase. We have existing rules that would govern this. We might benefit from it, reminding people competence, diligence, existing confidentiality, other things that already are rules that apply. But when you started, you said it was a business tool. It's not really different yet than just anything else a lawyer uses to figure stuff out. If they try to use AI to directly be a lawyer, then that's a different problem, right? So do you have thoughts on that?
That latter one, absolutely. I'll get to that in a moment, because I think that is definitely an area for regulation. So I think that's a great distinction. I think it might be unsatisfying to just admit that we're in a guidance phase, not a regulatory phase, because we know how prolific these tools are and our inclination to help our members with distinct regulations. We always view regulations as bad. Well, actually, they're helpful, right? They help us augment our behavior to stay within the realm of ethical behavior and all that. So it is premature. And you're right, the rules and regulations on most bar associations are adequate for now. Are they ideal? Perhaps not, but they're more than adequate. If we just remember that we as lawyers, and I'm still a licensed lawyer, my final work product is my final work product, no matter how I created it. It's my final work product, therefore I'm responsible for it. I mean, that should be a no-brainer for most people. Do we need a reminder? Perhaps. Again, because, and it's unfortunate what happened to Mr. Schwartz in New York, with relying on ChatGPT. And unfortunately, the court of public opinion jumped all over that lawyer. But let's go back to what I said. These are very persuasive tools, the way they interact with us, and they don't come with written instructions for how to use these things. So you could chuckle or laugh at that individual. I have immense empathy for them. And I know the general state of tech competence in our profession, we're not necessarily the leading profession or discipline in understanding technology to begin with. So these tools are fascinating, engaging, and easily to overstate or overthink their capabilities. But I want to go, Daniel, to your question on competence, because I did want to ask this question. I don't have an answer. I'm flagging an issue, and that is unauthorized practice of law or lawyer competence. And let me just draw out a hypothetical or scenario. So I'm a licensed lawyer currently. I don't actively practice, but say I wanted to. These tools are so good. Say I was approached by a small business, an aging owner who wanted to exit their business and begin selling and wrapping up this business and sell it to an acquirer. And they said, "Hey, Josh, I like you. I know you. You got a business mind. Can you do this? Can you be my small business M&A lawyer?" Now, I wouldn't, but if I were, these tools, honestly, could get me up to speed rapidly by just putting in prompts and learning from these tools. How do you run due diligence? What's a due diligence checklist? What's a valuation process? How do I put together an LOI? How do I put together a memorandum of understanding? How do I put together sort of the entire divestiture package? I guarantee if I spent an hour or two after this call, I could probably get up to speed rapidly with that. Am I competent as a lawyer to do that now? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. My gut is no. Okay. But your members, is there someone out there that might think, well, yeah, I just trained myself on that and I'm now competent. Now that's an extreme example, but I'm sure I can see many of you thinking on that as I go through the permutations of that. There is an element of competence there to revisit. And then the final UPL, as we look to these tools and consumers are using these tools to the benefit of themselves, and yes, as individuals, we have a right to self-represent ourselves, but because these tools are very powerful, because they've ingested a lot of legal language, are there individuals out there right now who are setting up a cottage industry on writing contracts for, and they're not lawyers, or they're trying to create a chat bot and they're not a lawyer, that somehow engages in the practice of law? Knowing we don't have a bright line test on what that is, our UPL regulations are anything but bright line and specific. I would argue that these tools are only expanding the universe for potential UPL, not constricting it.
I have a follow-up to that, Josh, and I'm not an attorney. I'm a business person as well. When I hear you describe the scenario of putting in about the merger in the non-lawyer context, other professions do that all the time. In other words, so I realized when you said that, that didn't seem too different than what a lot of people do in other practices and consider themselves to be competent. So it doesn't seem to me in that instance that AI is able to do anything different than what people can put in the, type of Google search, and you can, some people think they could almost do something as complicated as, becoming a doctor, right? I call them the internet doctors, right? Because there's so much information. And people go to doctors now and doctors say, we're struggling because people come and they want to tell us what the diagnosis is. So I realized how are you seeing what we could already do being any different, particularly given the example you use? Is it just maybe lawyers would never previously use that other internet world to do that kind of stuff, and now this is a little bit more sanctioned as a tool that lawyers would use? Is that the difference?
Oh, I think it's a technical functional difference first, right? So if I want to do that now, I'd have to Google things, which is compared to these tools is inefficient, right? Because these tools, if you know how to interact, you can return a due diligence checklist and memo literally in 30 seconds. Could I find those on Google? Sure. Can I personalize them to my circumstance? No, these tools will personalize it for you, right? So if I put in the company, if I put in a jurisdiction, whether it's true or not, evaluation, specific instances or facts or nuances or idiosyncrasies around the deal. These tools make it so hyper efficient and effective to amass information at a scale that the prior Google or buying a template or hitting someone up on Twitter or LinkedIn or calling your mentor and saying, hey, this is a little bit outside my bounds. You know what I mean? Can you kind of walk me through this and coach me through this deal? I don't do these all day, right? We know those are accepted behaviors. I simply flag that these tools are so, again, I'll say hyper efficient at amassing all of that and returning result in under 30 seconds that it's a very attractive, if not alluring, tool to use that might lead some to do more of that than they have in the past.
So some of the guidance might be beware that these may make it appear that you're more competent than you really are.
Yeah, the art of phrasing that. Yes. And it goes back to what is competence. And again, I realize it's like grasping at sand. I mean, how do you hold what competence is in that? All I'm saying is these tools could frustrate your ability to define that or box that into four corners. It might be promulgating behavior out there that's exasperating that.
Well, to the extent that competence requires or includes judgment, experience, evaluation, is AI there? Is these tools going to get us there? Are they going to be more educated as we go along? Where's it going?
So that's the I forget the market cap, $13 trillion question, where these things are going. To your question, they're going there at different speeds and in different arenas. Let's just look quickly at what Microsoft released last week, the enterprise version of Copilot. So just again, not to get technical, right now we have these models that are working on LLMs that have scraped the internet and all that. And, we sort of know about that. We have some like case text in the legal space that was just bought by Thomson Reuters that have some of that underlying public facing information, but they've also trained it on case law and case information because that's what case text was. And so they've sat AI and integrated AI into that as well. So you have two different sort of information repositories, if you will. What we know is that companies of all sizes really want their own data, their own information inside their business involved in these models some way, but in a way that protects privacy, security, confidentiality, and all that. What we're seeing and what we saw with Microsoft's announcement last week is that ability to have an underlying foundational model that, let's just say, was based on the internet and all that, along with your own proprietary data and keeping an air gap between those. So there's no leakage. So security and privacy is maintained, but you can operate sort of these models. Joel, to your question, once we start doing that, the specificity, the reliability, the precision, the accuracy, the relevance of these models' responses to us are expected to fortify and get much more stable and highly more accurate, if you will, in the near term, once these models are rolled out. So I can't tell you that they'll be able to do legal reasoning per se, but if these models are able to understand, quote unquote, understand, because they've ingested a organization's data and information that lives and breathes in all of our businesses, large and small, their precision and accuracy is certainly going to be much more capable and present things that might resemble reasoning, present things that might look like extrapolation and critical thinking. Whether it's doing that or not, I'll leave that to the PhDs to explain to us. I want to be mindful of time and other questions. I just wanted to raise one other issue, if I may, if I have a couple more minutes. I don't know if I have a time check or not.
You have some time. Thanks, Josh.
Okay. So, so while it sounds like I might be advocating for more regulations or governance, I'm not necessarily doing that. I'm trying to serve value to you by helping you guys think through these. One thing I definitely wanted to flag is there might be a chilling impact by regulation or guidance that I just want to raise for you. So let's remember that these tools can be used for lots of things outside the practice of law. Again, Harvey talked about how they're focused on internal workflows and systems. Some of the things that we've seen out there in terms of use policies that law firms or in-house counsel or legal services organizations, public interest government entities, use policies, I would argue, are overly broad because they don't make a distinction between a business or operational use of these, which arguably are lower stakes than producing legal work product. And I want to go back to my opening comments where I stated that, fundamentally legal services are delivered through a business model. I certainly would urge you to consider whatever guidance or regulation you create, you do make a distinction that it may be more easy. It might be easier to do using these models on the business side of legal services. For instance, how do I create a more engaging client intake experience, right? So that I lower the intimidation or alienation of my client as they seek legal counsel. These tools can be very helpful in a number of ways. And I wouldn't want lawyers to feel like they can't use those tools for that because we've told them it's bad and they can't rely on them to write a memo for them. So there's very, very strong use cases. And we all know we have a number of underserved communities that need legal services, that these tools can fundamentally help our profession reach more people more effectively that have nothing to do with the practice of law and everything to do with the business of law. So I just urge you to be mindful of your guidance, that we're not chilling that market. We're not chilling the notion or the eagerness or curiosity for our profession to investigate and explore the use of these tools to improve their business models, make lives better for themselves and their employees by alleviating some of the cognitive work or administrative work that these tools can do, create more engaging client services and client touch points through the use of these tools, so on and so forth. So I just wanted to make sure that that's definitely at the forefront of your mind, because I have seen overly zealous regulation, both private, more so private side than bar associations. But as all bar associations are moving in this area, I'm trying to flag that as best I can.
Josh, I have a question on that topic, actually related to operational use of AI. I've seen a debate in the AI community about whether or not, or to what extent, disclosure is required to, say, in a phone prompt. You think you're talking to a human, but you're actually talking to an AI. If it's a marketing call, I mean, I have feelings about that, but it's a different issue than if it is a client or potential client who thinks they're interacting with an attorney. Do you have any thoughts on disclosure? Because I've seen folks in the AI community who say that requiring disclosure that you're talking to an AI is going to kill its usefulness because people just hang up. But in an attorney-client context, it's very different.
And I would say, yes, if we're talking about not robocalls, but we're talking about like I'm going online, say I'm going to go on Home Depot after this because I've got to get something and a chat and it's helpful. Like me as a consumer, there's no legal relationship that could potentially attach to that. Unlike in our profession, if I as a consumer believe I'm talking to a lawyer, does the lawyer-client relationship attach? We know that that can be true. So my guidance to when I've been asked about that is in the legal context, I honestly don't believe disclosure that you're interacting with AI is going to lead to a drop off of people using it. I've seen these be developed in a way consumers in the consumer market, we can talk about the corporate market separately, but in the consumer market, I don't believe, and I haven't seen, if you're being useful to the consumer, if you're lowering the barrier to access to information that might be helpful to them. Think about most consumers when they reach out to a lawyer, they need help, right? And so if you're designing your AI system to be responsive in that and being completely transparent and disclosing exactly what they're interacting with, I personally don't see a major issue with that. I would rather be safe by disclosure than risk unintentionally creating an attorney-client privilege or client relationship.
Thank you.
Yep.
I had just another question following up on the example you were given about Microsoft's recent release. I think you said of Copilot, and you touched briefly on some of the security associated with that. And I had a question of how that might apply to the example you provided about using the tools for an agreement where you would put in the company name, and how would you ensure, if you're working on a confidential agreement, for example, how it ensures that that company name doesn't become available to third parties.
So I don't know the technical specifications, but I can say that actually when Microsoft rolled that out, they actually used a very similar example for
Okay.
that. I can follow up with you and send you a link to that walkthrough. It was very brief, but I haven't had the opportunity to like peel back the layers of the tech to understand how they are actually air gapping that and making sure that sensitive data remains on the client side.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Not seeing any other questions, so thank you, Josh, for your time. We really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Sarah, we're gonna, if possible, go out of order, and Daza was gonna go next, if that's possible.
Sure. Okay, so next on the agenda, the next speaker we have is Daza Greenwood, who's the Executive Director of the MIT Computational Law Report.
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity to present today. I would like to say that I'm executive director of law, we call it law.mit.edu, and the research unit publishes the MIT Computational Law Report. And I also run a consulting company, civics.com, in the legal tech space. And so I think I was invited to address the panel today on the topic specifically of generative AI in the legal profession and issues of professional responsibility and canons of ethics that may be raised. I've got some visual aids, and I'd like to. So the first thing I'll say is that we've really done a deep dive at law.mit.edu into generative AI for law. And we basically pivoted because this seems to be actually much better suited as a technology for many of the use cases that we have been working on for many years than basically any previous technology. And you can learn a little more about this at law.mit.edu/AI. And so for deeper background, I put together a panel to testify to the Wyoming state legislature as they were investigating this. And I would commend this testimony to you, where we basically go through hours of background from a legal perspective, and looking at where the gaps may be between current law, regulation, and practice, and what would be needed with the widespread usage of this technology. So that's a resource you can look at. The other thing is, I should probably disclose, I am a huge fan of this technology by and large. I've been observing that, as I sort of alluded to a moment ago, that it seems to be very effective at achieving goals and solving problems in the legal tech space that I've been working on for a long time in consulting and in practice. And also as a practicing lawyer, I was trying to do things in the 90s that I've just never been able to do until now. It's very good. It's very effective. It has flaws. It does have limits. Some of those have been discussed earlier, and they need to be addressed. But my overall, I guess, testimony or presentation is, I think this is generally a very beneficial, helpful capability for lawyers and law practice and everybody else. And in that context, the limits and the flaws need to be addressed, and the harms and the risks need to be mitigated. On that positive side, a major way that I foresee lawyers are going to be using, and that I'm already observing lawyers are using this technology, is through prompt engineering. The gentleman from Harvey and Josh just showed what that looks like. You kind of type something in a prompt, you hit submit, and you get an output through a chat interface, which is primarily how people are using this technology. That's also fundamentally, technically, what's happening even with deeper technology integrations. There's a prompt input and there's an output, even if that's not completely visible to the user. Getting good at prompting in a legal context, I think, is going to be an essential skill for attorneys, similar to what we learned previously in law school about how to do a Boolean search on Westlaw or Lexis. It's fundamental to being able to practice law effectively, to be able to do legal research. So too with this, but it's different. This is natural language, and the way to compose prompts to achieve higher quality operates on very different principles, frankly, principles that are brand new to virtually everybody, but a small handful of people who have been working in generative AI for the last several years. And so this is an area not only for education, but it's also the converse is, the worse your prompts are, the more likely one is to get suboptimal information out. So prompt quality is actually a risk, I would say, which brings me to this thing that I want to say. So to that end, we noticed, I think you heard the gentleman from Harvey answer one of the questions. Do you have your guidelines available that we can see? The answer was no, not yet. I've been asking all over creation for guidelines on what is the responsible use of generative AI for law practice, just so I could know that as I go forth into the frontier and try to use this technology. You know, it's important to do it responsibly. There's been a great nothingness there, which is, I think, partly what your working group is focused on, is addressing what that something should be. Rather than wait for that, and just to be, somewhat prudent as we attempt to be at law.mit.edu, we thought we would just take a first whack at what we thought that guidance would be, if nothing else, to support our own efforts, and in a hope to be helpful and constructive to others who we very much hope will very soon be looking at the same question and coming up with more authoritative guidance. So to that end, we formed a task force, which is something that we sometimes do. It's within the mission of MIT. And I've done law.mit.edu has done a few such task forces on privacy and other things in the past, to come up with to identify some principles and some guidelines. And I'll just quickly run you through those in the hopes that you may find something in here that would be constructive for your own work. The very first thing I would say, which I think is in sync with what a number of the others, with what the other speaker said, is we weren't able to identify any totally new professional rules or responsibility that were needed to cover at least the use cases we could envision of this technology. In every case where we discovered something that required some diligence, or where there could be some issue that would arise from an attorney using the technology as part of the ordinary course of practicing law, it was covered by at least one of the existing common rules of ethics. It was just a question of how do we apply these rules to these relatively novel facts and circumstances. But the rules seem to be quite sufficient as far as we can tell. And that's still a somewhat open question. I think is it going to require a lot of diligence and holding more meetings like this one to see if, give it some time and see if somebody can think of something, or there's another defining event that happens that identifies a need for a new rule, and then one could sort of draft into that, demonstrated gap. But for the moment anyway, I guess the first thing I'll say is we haven't found one. And then the question becomes, well, how do the rules apply? And so therefore let me just say these out loud first. So the ones that seem to be right on point for the common risks and harms are confidentiality. That's come up already a little bit with client information. We broke down fiduciary duties into two of them. Number two is fiduciary duty of care comes up, which starts getting us into, how well are we using the technology and looking after how much care are we using? And then loyalty we broke out. And I'll go into that in the examples, but there may be some interesting wrinkles here in terms of putting the client's interest first. That'll address. Somebody, I think you'd already identified. I think disclosure came up in an adjacent context of, do we need to know that we're talking to an AI? There's another aspect of disclosure, which is, do clients need to be informed of, or do they need to consent to the attorney using generative AI as part of their delivery of service to that client? We addressed that. Competence is the big thing. And this is the one I'm personally most into. I just think everybody should this is great technology. By and large, everyone should get really good at it. I think that we should just lean into making sure everyone's highly competent at using this. Being very good at using the technology includes good hygiene and good practices to avoid the problems that that we're identifying in some of these other principles. And then we have sort of a bit of a kitchen sink here. So there's a whole bunch of stuff that came up that related to other rules that you need to comply with when you're practicing law, or just in general. But some of them come up specifically in the practice of law. So there's questions, for example, about the potential for leakage of personal data as part of the training set that could pop out when you're prompting the technology, or are you inheriting some IP infringement suit potentially based on some of the litigation that's happening? Or are there the EU now has a draft but fairly stable AI Act. Are there AI specific rules and regulations? The FTC's put out some guidance and so forth. So we just kind of put all that stuff under one bucket here in Principle 6, which is, comply with applicable law. That one could probably do with a little finer parsing. And then the last one is accountability and supervision. And I'd say that would be my second biggest. This is not ordered in the order of importance that I want to emphasize these to you. In my view, this accountability and supervision is probably the second most important thing after get good at using it and competence. It's don't just let this stuff run wild. Don't set it up as an autonomous, anything. It requires very careful, on the ball, accountable human oversight and review and supervision and approval. So those are the principles. And then what we did down here, I don't know if, I just shared the URL. You could just sort of read it on your own. Somebody should tell me if you want me to go through the examples and guidance of how we see these principles playing out.
Yes.
You do? Okay. All right. Great. I love being read to as well, so. Okay. Get a nice cup of tea. It's story time.
Not necessarily reading them to us, but talking us through, the essence of it, because we have you.
Yeah, if you
Read
could provide
it.
us with the one that you think is the most helpful, that would be useful, maybe a key example.
Okay, good. I'm just going to go with the last thing I heard, which was a key example. And so therefore, I'm going to speak to the example that I think this is the one that seems to be least obvious that people that exists, but it's not on almost anybody's list. So I'll just highlight this to make sure it doesn't get lost in the mix. I've sort of foreshadowed it, but it's this fiduciary duty of loyalty. And at least when I was learning how to practice law and taking the bar and everything in the mid 90s, we had in Massachusetts a duty of zealous advocacy. I know that that's not the term anymore, but we still have this fiduciary duty to put our clients' interests first, ahead of our own, ahead of third parties. You know, this is, I think, very obvious. And yet there's a subtle way in which this technology can interfere with the exercise, with the execution of that duty. And it's and I'll just run you through the scenario, which is and this happens to me actually a fair amount. I use this technology a lot. And what happens is I'll ask it, for example, to assist me in coming up with a first draft of something, like a strategy for a client, or a draft of a legal instrument, or you name it, all kinds of stuff. And it always does a pretty good job. I think Josh or somebody said, you ask it a question, you get an answer. That's just how it works. And it's critical as part of getting good at what you could call prompt engineering or legal prompt engineering. One of the things that you learn is to say them clearly and to provide all the relevant context sort of in the prompt. And then you could further augment that with your own data, as the person from Harvey was saying. What I noticed is that when I'm getting an instrument, just to give a simple example, like it may, or not everything is biased somehow, okay? Like nothing is completely neutral when we're coming up with these narrative documents. There may be an implied bias for a buyer or a seller based on the probabilistic kind of computation the model did when it was finding the best next token and the best example documents for a contract or something. There may be a bias for the employer or the employee if you're doing some employment related thing and getting guidance on this. That's all fine, but what if that doesn't reflect and support the interests of your client? And so this is a little risk that comes up where you get this drift between this sort of implied, assumed kind of things that are being optimized for in the implied context that supports the output of the AI and what the explicit priorities and interests of your client may be, or your strategy for representing the client. These things could be not well aligned. They get out of sync. And so that's bad. Like we kind of made the call after much discussion, this task force and getting a lot of feedback, that this is actually worth highlighting as part of training and part of how people know the rules will apply, which is one of the things you have to do when reviewing the output. Isn't just make sure the legal sites are correct and the legal reasoning is correct and everything else, but also do like sort of a higher level of critical analysis just to make absolutely sure that it's completely in sync with the interests and priorities of your client, and reject things that aren't, edit them. One other thing I'll say sort of for extra credit is, turns out, if you can just be explicit, if you understand and can articulate the interests and priorities of your client, even without giving up their name, you can just sort of say, this is a small business buyer of a thing and they're optimizing for speed, but they're willing to pay more, whatever the interests are in your context. You could actually type that into the prompt in regular English. As when you're asking for this instrument, you could say, please note, draft this from the vantage point of a small business who prioritizes A, B, C, and D. And it changes the output. The output is very sensitive to every word you put in and every phrase. You get into the technology behind why and how with the vectorization and the attention heads and transformers and everything, if anyone cares. It's totally fascinating. But for the moment, just please accept the fact that it's incredibly sensitive to every word you put in. It changes the output. So put good words in that support and reflect your duty to be practicing as a good lawyer. That's the example I would give. There's a lot more fundamental stuff. I guess if I did it in terms of order of importance, as opposed to something I thought you might not already be thinking, it would be confidentiality. unless there's, read the term. This is almost goes without saying, but since it's new technology, like we might as well be explicit about everything. Read the terms and conditions if you're using an external service like OpenAI or Anthropic. Scroll down to the part where it says what they're doing with the data. Confirm that that's consistent with your information security practices and your confidentiality requirements and everything like that. Look to, if it isn't, look to see if there's another tier of service. For example, with OpenAI, the prompts that you put in will be used as part of the training set, and the consumer free service chat.openai.com. But if you're using the API, the terms of service are a little different, and they say that they will not use the prompts as part of training data. So these are, I mean, luckily we are lawyers, so we can read the terms and conditions, and that is exactly one of the things you have to do with confidentiality. Read them and then make an assessment of whether, how, or you can use this stuff. Right now, I'm doing a lot of consulting with particularly with one of the big fours, which has a lot of lawyers and auditors and other heavily regulated people, where we're getting very creative and pretty good, I think, at finding ways to anonymize and sort of blur exactly who the client is or exactly what the situation is, but still get to the essence of it to be able to get some of the benefits of the technology. There's lots of ways to do it, but the admonition is don't violate your duty of confidentiality. And the big way to do that is by leaking it through the prompts. Is that enough examples? I have some other stuff I wanted to show as well, but I'll linger. I mean, I'm here for you, so you can tell me whether I should linger here or move forward.
I have a question about the confidentiality issue you just went through, because I've looked at a few of these different terms of service, and we heard Winston say earlier that his model doesn't use the prompts to learn. But I thought that was one of the main features of this, was that it was going to be learning from the community of people who were asking it things. Is it unusual for them to use the content to improve services? Is that the exception, or is that the rule?
My understanding is that all of this is so new, especially in like a broad deployment context, that I think it's premature to say things are exceptions or rules. But I've noted, yeah. I can tell you what I've observed specifically in the handful of cases that exist is I just described my understanding of how OpenAI does it, which is they split the difference on the free service. They're at liberty to use the prompts as part of the further training, and in the API they don't. And I think that's partly, I mean, I'm surmising this here, but they got a lot of pushback from people about, rather strident criticism about don't expropriate my, data for your model, kind of stuff. And so they're doing that, and people seem overall happy with that. And I think it's exactly how these things are sliced and diced depend on how each company's doing it, and they're actually dynamic. I have like little trackers on to see when their terms and conditions change, and I get a lot of updates. I actually just met a guy named David Tolan, who's a great contracts lawyer here in California in the Bay Area. And we had just a starting conversation, but he goes really deep into analyzing the terms of generative AI. He has some clients that are names we all would have heard of. So I'm about to get better schooled in that, but I think it's for all of us to actually read them. I think that should probably be, if I may, with all due respect, say, I think that would be a good thing to have as part of the mission and the agenda of this very working group. Like, somebody should download them all. You should probably all download them, scan them, have an agenda item where you just say what you noticed in them and how, if at all, that would impact whether or what guidance you would provide back to the bar.
Yeah, interesting. Thank you.
Certainly. I thought I saw another hand. Oh, there you are.
You did.
Hi.
I have a question, sort of behind the hood, maybe a little bit, but not technical. So when you were talking about the search, and if in some way, the more specific you are, the better the input, the better the output.
Yeah.
So in that situation, if I get the output of what I put in, and I go through and I take out the things that I know are not relevant, will it then produce something better for me without changing the prompts? Or do I have to go start over at the prompt level to produce a whole new search and output? I'm just curious how it works.
Yeah, that's such an excellent question. So like you're right at the tip of the spear of like the big question right now. And there's been a bunch of research studies where people have set up these automated systems with these permutations and prompts and doing it hundreds of times and thousands of times and trying to analyze what it's basically a probabilistic distribution is and what the answers are, and it changes the curve depending on what the different prompts are. But even with exactly the same prompt, if you put that in 10 times, you will get 10 different answers. But they kind of like are sort of roughly the same-ish kind of thing. And if you change some of the conditions, as you were suggesting, you'll get a different distribution with some kind of overlap, but maybe no overlap if you change it too much or something, or if you give it an admonition like, do not mention whatever Chicago in the answer, and the first one you ask something about Chicago, there'll be no overlap, perhaps. So it's highly sensitive, and I think the main thing I want to convey is like this is a really good question that everybody should be kind of inquiring as we use the technology, probably for the next few years. Is that just inquiring, what is the difference when I change the prompt in terms of the output and the result? There isn't a solid science around this. Like I remember going to the law library when I was in high school, and then later, because I was fascinated, to get really deep into SQL queries and Boolean strings to figure out how to really tune to really get that case that was going to make all the difference and whatever else. And there is a science behind that search and retrieval. This is awesome and also confounding in that the fundamental nature of the computation is probabilistic, not deterministic, which sort of makes it rather difficult to give you like a ironclad definite answer about what the difference will be between these two different prompt approaches that you said. Although having said that, I might be able to do a slightly better job but I want to make sure I understood your question, and I think I made some of the nuance of your question may have eluded me. Was it, if you had a prompt that included some additional information on the one hand, and on the other hand, eliminated the additional information and only had what was relevant to the case? Or I don't think I totally absorbed your scenario. I'm sorry.
No, but your answer was helpful. My question was I guess the net of what you didn't say is, do I actually, if I change the output and then I just say, okay, search it again and give me something, will I get something different because I actually took information? So does the machine learning models, does it recognize that I've taken things out, or do I literally have to create a new prompt and take out in the prompt that I say that which generated information that I don't want? So I'm trying to figure out how smart is it? Right? Does it see like, oh, this person took out everything about X? And I just say, okay, now let's see, give me something now that in some way I've edited for what I'm looking for without having to do a new prompt. And I just didn't know if it works like that. So it was not a deep question.
Oh no, no worries.
Yeah.
No, I'm glad I asked again. So actually there's something pretty fundamental that I should mention with this, which is that basically this sort of chat interface, which is really where all the action is, even when you're using the API. One of the big breakthroughs that happened the end of last year, that came after GPT-2 and 3 and other similar models, which are all completion models, basically where you started typing something and it would sort of like tell you how it would probably end. And that was pretty cool, but not that useful. They made it so that you can go within a session, it maintains a kind of context, more like a dialogue. And so the way that you would do the first thing you said, which is by just change it and don't tell it or something, is it would be subsequent. And so the question would be, would it be in a whole new session? In which case you would have no idea about any other session. It doesn't maintain context every time you hit refresh or log in again or something. But if you did it within the same session, technically, and this is actually useful to know, I think, it totally remembers what the previous thing was. So if you repeat the same prompt and change a little bit, it kind of depends what you say in the prompt. But if you just are saying like, draft me XYZ in prompt 1, and then and then it drafts you XYZ, and then in prompt 2, you say, draft me X and Y and B, or X and Y. That would be something along the lines of what you're saying. You'll get something different. But if it was only that, I believe you would get something that is subtly but probably measurably affected by the first prompt, because that's part of the tokens that are fed back in almost prepended to the next prompt, and that's how it maintains context with these kind of these vector embeddings. And so it's going to change. It remembers even if you say something different. And then the exception to that, I would say, is there's another cool thing that's happened in addition to the chat approach that's part of ChatGPT, is there's this thing called Instruct GPT, which also like really improved the usefulness of this technology. It's part of why I'm such a huge fan of the current technology and see so much potential in it, which is that it doesn't just do completions now. You can actually say a question like, draft me a blah, blah, blah that does ABC, and then it follows the instruction. And the parsing of the instructions to try to like understand, if we can use that word in its own way, what you probably meant is incredibly deep. There's this technology called attention heads, which just to like layers of analysis and parsing of many different semantics possible like dimensions of your question. And it does a good job, pretty good job, I would say, of kind of getting what you're probably asking and giving you something. One of the things that means is if in that second prompt you said, you didn't just with no other context, just say, give me A and B or whatever, and omitted C. But if you said, like in human words, now try it again. This time I want you to leave out C and only give me A and B, but still make it a complete, whatever it is, recipe or, invitation or client memo. It'll actually do a better job because again, you're giving it more context, and it responds really well to more context. Like Instruct GPT and some of the other deep technologies, they have just like nailed it with the current breed of generative AI. Like it's good at this stuff. And so those are some of my informal observations about the type of thing that you're saying.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Great question. The main thing is just keep asking those questions and keep playing with it and try to get a sense of how it works and let that guide the work of this working group. This is relatively new to almost everybody. So like we all just need to get good at it, and it couldn't be more accessible. Lawyers, we use words, right? I mean, we are a large language model of a profession in a certain kind of way. It's like we're just as qualified as like almost anybody else other than the deep computer science to get a feel for this stuff and to try different things. Like lawyer use cases are really interesting to me because we can sculpt the words and craft them in interesting ways and see what the results are and analyze them against our models and what we would expect and perfect things over time, through sequences of prompts. So I'd say, do that, go forth and get good at this. Can I show you some more stuff now? Okay. I want to show you something interesting. This is something I did in December. Okay, so when I was just trying to figure out what is this amazing technology? Like, is this as crazy different as it seems to be? And so I did this huge experiment to see how well it could understand, as it were, cybernetically, the fiduciary duty of loyalty, because that's one where I think there's more exploration that's needed in many, many different contexts. And so I just want to give you a sense of what this is, and I'll put it in the chat so you have it and you can refer to it. But it's available. It's linked from civics.com/AI. I'm just going to tell you what I did here. I started by asking this is ChatGPT in December, to come up with an example, a scenario where you've got like Bob and Alice. And Bob may have violated Bob's fiduciary duty of loyalty to Alice. Bob's the CEO of a company and was and doing something. I didn't even say what it would be, and it gave me a scenario, because you ask a question, you get an answer. It gave me a reasonable kind of like, 1L, 2L kind of like quiz scenario on fiduciary duties, where Bob was making an investment with company money, and didn't seek approval from the CFO or the board or anybody else, and it sort of raises a question whether Bob had exceeded Bob's authority, or maybe. And then I kind of went a little deeper and asked it questions like, how exactly would this have this is actually incredibly long, so I'm not going to scroll, let's just confuse you, I'll just tell you what happened. How would this potentially violated the fiduciary duty? It came up with something plausible, like, well, maybe this investment wasn't perfect for the company, but it would have like dramatically increased like some market cap for a short period of time, which would have helped him with the balloon and his like payments when he left, or maybe they might have been investing it into someone that was like that he had other interests in, that sort of thing, like his cousins, whatever. And so then I basically went through the scenario and said, okay, like what, like the high points are, now imagine that Alice is suing Bob on behalf of the company for a breach of fiduciary duty. There would be a lot of other causes of action, obviously. I just want to zero in on one thing and play it all the way through. And then it sort of outlined what the main allegations would be, and what the cause of action would be. And I said, okay, like write this up in the form of a like a federal district court or some specific court like complaint. It did a good job of writing it in a complaint form and made all the allegations, everything like that. I said, what, give me like Bob's response to that. Bob gave a very convincing response as to how Bob was totally acting within his authority and everything else. Then I said, well, let's imagine we're in court and like now Bob's being examined. Like, give me the transcript of what things you would want to bring in to create a factual basis. Any objections? Let's go through the cross-examination. I had a scathing cross-examination right here. You can read it. Now, and I said, tell me how the judge might rule in this case. I didn't give it anything, and it came up with a ruling in a reasonable, shorthand format of what a judicial opinion would look like, a holding and the whole ruling. And I said, now imagine that there's an appeal. What would be the grounds for appeal? Okay, write me that document. Let's go to oral arguments on the appeal, go back and forth. We got a ruling on that, a pretty interesting ruling. Now let's imagine that it goes up to the Supreme Court. What grounds could there be? And there's not too many grounds for this in Supreme Court, but it came up with a few that were kind of plausible. It went through an entire Supreme Court hearing with like the justices by name asking questions of the type that they would ask. It's really good at roles and answers. You got to read this Supreme Court ruling. And then I said, now imagine 3 years later, there's been an outcry in my prompt, and there's like people are really upset at this. There's a political movement to reverse this Supreme Court ruling. Like, write me a press release write me a news article outlining what happened in the previous 3 years. It wrote this great press release with these quotes from people that are indignant about the rule of law and big corporations rolling us and whatever. And so now imagine that there's legislation in Congress to redress this, and it's bipartisan. What would be the definition section of that legislation? It gave me, I've written a lot of federal legislation. It gave a pretty tight definition section that also gave me insight into how it was probably going to come at this. And then I wasn't able to say, give me the whole bill because it's too much context. So I just said, give me the first section of what that bill would be. Give me the next section, and it could sort of keep up. You'll see an entire way better than any first draft with committee staff or lobbyists I've ever come up with for federal legislation. It's always pretty, how first drafts are, they're not good. This was like a solid draft. Like it was basically ready to go to markup, I would say. And it did all the right things in terms of changing what those judicial rulings would be. It had like, it changed the burden of proof for what you would have to show in order to demonstrate a violation of fiduciary duty of loyalty, et cetera, et cetera. And then at the end, I said, now assume that this case way back in district court was retried under this new law. Like if this new law had been enacted in effect, how would it have changed that litigation? And it did a serviceable job of saying, well, in this case, it might have fallen short of the burden of proof. And then there were these other defenses that were added. And the result may well, of course, like a good lawyer and LLM, it didn't say definitively what would have happened, but it gave an estimation that the result may well have been different because X, Y, and Z. This is an example of what I'm saying when I say, like, you can change the prompts, but you can extend and have a dialogue and almost like a reasoning chain to look at something across time and to look at it from 5 different perspectives, to try different persona. It did a good job of maintaining the plaintiff and defendant persona, Alice and Bob all the way through, and judges and legislators and reporters. Like, this stuff is pretty wild, and I can imagine a ton of ways this could supercharge law practice. The last thing I'll just say is I've taken I sometimes give talks to different lawyer groups, and this is my sort of like back pocket slide. I should probably update it, but these are some of the risks, like as one's considering this new topic, by the way. So that was just that. I've now finished telling you the epic story of the fiduciary duties dialogue, which you should know about. Now I just want to go up a couple levels higher to say, why might there be a need for at least guidance to attorneys and possibly, changes in the rules of canons? Well, here's some things that happen. Like, here's some things that people have talked about. Like, does the client know that you're using this, that a lawyer's using this? Do we need the consent from the client? Prompt quality, I think I've mentioned many times. If you give really bad prompts, you could give substandard, low quality output. There's IP issues lurking in this. Like, you don't want to be a co-defendant or something for an IP violation potential if you're using the outputs and it turns out that it was toxic. We'll have to see how those cases go. We mentioned hallucination. That's what I mean by fabrication and confabulation. There's cases now where the foundation model providers and possibly even application level resellers could be liable for so-called defamation or slander, depending on how you output it, for factually wrong things that the model outputs about named individuals, like a mayor in Australia and other people have been there's like litigation going there. Is legal reasoning correct? And is it the site's proper? I think we've amply talked about that. Fiduciary duty of loyalty, I've gone over. Privacy and data rights, this is sort of very similar to the IP issue. So there may be intellectual property rights in some of the training data, which could be violated and which could be a liability source. Similarly, there may be personally identifiable information in the training data that they didn't have permission to, or that raises a violation when it's reused in some way without consent, or something, or people can't exercise the rights under California Consumer Privacy Act, for example, or CPRA. Like, are we able to delete the data that they have on us when it's been vectorized as part of a ginormous model? So there's some novel questions here, I think, but if it outputs personally identifiable information, like every so often I'll do search on GPT-4 and Claude's Anthropic and Bard, the other ones, who is Daza Greenwood, and it says like some things that are true, and then some like amusing things that I totally never did. Some of them I wish I had done. But the main thing is that it sort of just like says all kinds of funny things. You're not sure what it's going to say, and some of those things, and those all relate to me individually. So there's questions of individual privacy rights here, and that you've got to be aware of that when you're practicing law and you're using the technology if stuff gets sucked in. And then there's high risk use cases, which I'll leave to others. There's broader issues that people talk about. What the question earlier might have been from Daniel about how do you know when you're talking to a chatbot? I think there's going to be major questions of attribution for the source of materials that come up, and deep fakes is one way that comes up, but there's a lot of ways that's going to come up. Cybersecurity is a big issue. Disinformation, misinformation, elections are coming up. There's a lot of legal things there, and discrimination and bias. And then the main one I want to talk to you, I'm not going to just keep it as a bullet here, but this is the one I just want to leave you with that I actually feel like it's it's not the sexiest, kind of most like, esoteric extinction level risk that people talk about, or any of the other big ones. But I actually feel like this is the most like real one that I'm seeing in practice as I embed with different firms and of professionals of different types, which is that the stuff is so good, honestly, in general, that I think the real risk is over relying on it, because it may be out of sync with what we want, or there may be subtle errors, or maybe it's just not as high quality as we would otherwise do. It may be a bit mediocre. There's a lot of reasons not to just copy and paste this, or to let it go out as the chatbot face of your firm without any human review. So over-reliance is huge. Can I just ask, how many people here have heard of the UK post office scandal? Just like raise your hand. I don't see anybody. Yeah, Americans, we have never heard of this. This is front page news like for years in the UK. It just is a quick cautionary tale. The UK is pretty similar to the US. So like this could happen to us. I think it's like, when will this happen? They invested in a giant kind of financial management and financial control system for the UK Postal Service some years ago. And it started catching instances of fraud, kind of waste, abuse, and other crimes, financial type crimes. There were administrative actions for what they call sub postmasters there, like across the country, the UK rather. And then there were Crown prosecutions. People went to jail. They had their lives ruined. Their family had no cash. There were criminal penalties. Some people have committed suicide because of the shame of this public critique. There's one little problem. The automated system was dead wrong. And some very good defense lawyers and public minded groups finally started, putting pressure on that there were errors here. And now finally, these people are having their sentences reversed. People are getting money back to try to make up for the bad things that have happened. Why did this happen? There was an error, we could say, but there was a human side. There's a computer error, to be sure, but there's another breakdown, which is among us humans, and it's that the post office and even the prosecutors and a lot of other people started to defer to what this automated system said and take it as kind of evidence. They actually brought it into evidence in a court, and we deferred too much. The counter arguments that I didn't do it and everything like that were unpersuasive, although they were true. And we got a terrible miscarriage of justice, like really big miscarriage of justice. This is something we're prone to do. It's known in sort of in social sciences as automation bias. We have a bias toward these automated systems to kind of go along with them. I just learned another term last night at an interesting generative AI event, algorithmic authority, and I've been Googling that. That's another way to look at it. I don't know what term we want to use, but I think you know what I'm getting at, which is the word I would say is over-reliance. I think kind of covers this very broadly. Most over-reliance is mundane things, like you copy and paste it. You didn't really scan every single word in it, and just to be super straight up with you, I am prone to this. Like when I'm coming up to a deadline, I want to get the email out. I want to do the thing. It is so seductive to just take the thing and just use it. It's quick, it's fast, at a glance, it looks pretty good. I'm not the only person that has this temptation, okay? And I think lawyers are going to feel it, especially when we're under so much pressure. So I think there's something in here that you have to know about and think through and see whether it's covered currently with education and the professional rules of ethics. But I think what the remediation is, or what the actually proactive prevention is we need to really start to strengthen our muscles for critical review of the outputs in ways we never had to do before. Like we have to what I'm trying to do my own self and with some grad students and private sector colleagues is actually red team the outputs, and we try to maintain like intellectual hygiene to say, like, let's assume when I get this, it's probably wrong, and then prove it right as I review it. like that's one stringent way that you could look at this as a critical thinker. Another major way to do it is not to rely on a person whose interests are in finishing their job faster, frequently, but a layer of supervision and oversight. And that's why that we have that as one of the critical duties. I think we're probably going to move this up in the next version to number 1. And I just did like an hour-and-a-half long podcast yesterday with Olga Mack on the duty of supervision within law. I think that's another tool that we have at our disposal to try to combat this temptation and this real risk of over-reliance. Okay, so that's everything I wanted to sort of show y'all. And now I am at your service. Oh, the last thing I should say is, although it says MIT, did you know I was born in Oakland and I'm back? I live in Oakland again. I'm back in California. I'm happy to be in and amongst you. And so not only am I here for the remainder of however much time you want me to answer questions or join discussion, but I'm just here in general, and I'm happy to be of service.
That's
Mike,
great.
I've got
We
a
appreciate that.
I'll take the short form answer. Seen something like e-discovery go from nobody knew how to do it to now it's an element of technical competence. Is that where we're going with this, or are we already there?
I think that's certainly where we're going. I don't think we're already there quite yet, only because it's still so new. But I do believe that's where we're going. I think that's where we should be going. But actually, personally, I think it might be premature to be there now, because we need to have conversations like this, and your working group needs to do its work, and so does every other state and professional associations and everyone else, and the internal, teams at companies and firms. We need to really figure out the implications of how to adopt and adapt ourselves, and to some point adapt the technology, as Harvey was showing some measures. So like we need to work out a few details, I think, before we can say that you are a bad lawyer if you're not totally using and leaning into this technology as a general rule. But I'll have one little addenda to that. And I did hear you say, Joel, like short answer, so I'll try to constrain myself. The little addenda to that is I think we're in this really fascinating part of history right now where the lawyers that get good at using this are going to be more competitive than the lawyers that aren't good at using this, precisely because it hasn't become the new floor of competence yet. And so, I think it's definitely not too early to learn about this, to figure out ways to responsibly utilize it within practice, be very, kind of safe and prudent, but it's not too soon to use it. And I would imagine, and it's hard to put a timing on these things, but I would sort of hope that within a year, we should get to the point where like you all have done your job and reported to COPRAC or whatever, and we've got like nips and tucks in the guidance. We have CLEs. People are more familiar with how to use this, like the managing partners that know how to look over everyone's shoulder and all that stuff. And where we will have that. I think we should drive toward that outcome across the bar of it being table stakes to use this, because it is so good. There's so much value for the firm. There's so much value for clients. There's so much productivity and better quality answers and practice we can get from this technology that we should be driving to be able to squeeze that fruit as soon as possible.
Thank you. And I see Brandon has had his hand raised. So Brandon, do you want to
Sure,
ask your question?
my question is just pretty quick. And it has to do with whether the way internet search terms are archived can be subpoenaed, used as evidence. We always hear about serial killers typing in how to get rid of a body. Are the chat sessions, the prompt sessions, the refinements, are they saved? Are they archived? Are they discoverable?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. In general, I know I can speak to OpenAI as a avid user. They now have, and I love it, 30 days of history just off to the side if you're a premium user. And I lean on that history because it's just so convenient. I wish they had a total history for all time. Of course, I don't expect anyone to sue me anytime, so maybe I'm the outlier there. But I don't know what they're doing. They have promised. Wait, I think they do. I think they've said that they have some sort of records deletion. Okay, I guess so. Let me just say I'm not exactly sure. And then OpenAI, of course, is only one of several companies that one would have to look at for this. And then there's always the story behind the story as well, like in terms of like what they're deleting and where else it may exist and all that stuff. And then does it exist in a cache on your computer as you're going through things in your internet cache? Or and then there's this whole new thing, which I think it's called Rewind. Have you all heard of that yet? So this is going to be a whole new like universe in e-discovery, but there's this really interesting software. It's incredibly productive and useful. You can use on the newest chip on a Mac, at least, where it basically has total recordation of like every Zoom meeting, every site you visit, every like document you had. And then what's amazing about that is that you have total recall. So if you're like me and you're doing 50 things every day and you can't really remember, my memory is getting worse. I'll just put that out there. It's like right at your fingertips. Like they've got this really nice way to see it. I think that's incredible for personal data use and productivity and turbocharging our ability to know what we know or know what we knew. I don't know what that's going to do for e-discovery generally, and specifically along for the ride is going to be every single generative AI chat session you had. So I think there's a lot. I think that the answer has many permutations, and it'll certainly vary company to company with the providers of generative AI.
Thank you.
Can I just want to really be mindful of Dorna's time, who's been waiting to speak with us for quite some time now. So to the extent we can ask maybe a question or two more and then let Dorna jump in.
That would be great. Thank you. And I do have one kind of.
And I have one as well.
Question.
I'll be very brief as well. So, yeah,
So I have one take-home question, and then I'll turn to Raquel. Or maybe Raquel, if you want to ask your question first, because mine's kind of a concluding one. Oh, Raquel, we can't hear you. There we go.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
I
You're
just
good now.
I just saw something I never saw on Zoom, which is you have so many seconds to speak or we're going to lower your hand. I never saw that before. So my question is regarding, you talked about the benefits. You've said this has benefits for clients, but I realize in your presentation, you haven't highlighted that. And so what do you think are the benefits for clients? And then what are the implications again from our standpoint in terms of guidance, regulatory, et cetera? Over.
Yeah, very briefly. Sorry, Dorna. I think the highest level, I got to hope that there'll be ways to reliably leverage this technology that will enable us to do our legal practice faster, better, and cheaper. Well, faster and better, which means that we might be able to provide comparable or better quality at lower hourly or however we package it cost. So like number one, I'd say is cost. Number two, word clients, damn it. Actually, I want to really kind of dig into this, but I'm very sensitive to the time. So I'll just say bullet points. There's a lot of people that only have very limited access to lawyers. I think there's a whole client and pro se or like partially represented, very helpful play here with the right safeguards and protections and guardrails. It can be very beneficial to consumers of people that need legal stuff that may not be getting it solely through the attorney. The other one that occurs to me is I feel like there's new horizons in interesting new kinds of service models where, for example, if you're a firm or in-house counsel, even that, we'll call it a firm that has a huge knowledge management set of data, like all your playbooks, all your prior examples, all your memos, all that good stuff in there. I think there's ways to do retrieval augmented use, the way the person from Harvey was showing, to enrich a prompt session for a lawyer. But you could, and some people are talking about packaging that for clients so that the wisdom and knowledge and know-how of the firm could help with a certain amount of self-service by clients, potentially. And there's a zillion other ways. I think this is going to be like net big positive for clients, but I would love an opportunity to come back and dig more deeply into that at a time when I'm not like abusing someone else's time.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I did have one kind of follow-up question, just building on something you said earlier about recommending that one thing that our committee does is look at terms and conditions for some of the AI apps. And I wanted to know, has the MIT task force, or are you aware of any kind of study that kind of ranks or evaluates AI for lawyers and certain ones that we should maybe like a top 5 or something that would be beneficial to look at those terms and conditions or look at those particular applications?
Actually, I'm not. I feel like I've seen things that sort of get like a step and a half close to that on LinkedIn when people just sort of did something one day and posted about it. But I don't think there's been like a proper, rigorous, complete, and reasonable quality, kind of like side by side, sort of like when I'm measuring something that comes out in a table that has like the right kind of columns for like confidentiality and this, that, and the other, records retention came up. That hasn't happened yet. You guys should do that and then send me the link.
I was hoping one existed, but but thank you we really appreciate your time today, and you provided us a lot of information to consider. So thank you again. And I wanted to turn now to Dorna. Thank you for waiting. And I know I wanted to introduce Dorna. She's the founder of Gavel, and I'll let her provide some more information to start off. Thanks.
Yes, thank you so much, everyone, for having me. And thanks, Daza. That was great to hear your testimony as well. What I would love to do is, I was just going to share some slides, go over a little bit about my background. I think specifically I had been asked by Erica and Bridget to talk about how our company is using AI and how we feel like the impact is going to be. So I'll go over all of those topics through a few slides. So let me just quickly share my slides here. And okay, so let me just start by introducing myself. My name is Dorna Moini. I am the CEO of Gavel, which is the legal automation infrastructure for law firms. And what we do is we handle end-to-end automation for any work that is rules-based or process-oriented. So if you can describe something in a set of rules, it can be automated inside of Gavel. Now, what we do, and this is very relevant to some of the questions that were being asked about what the benefits are of AI, and our core platform is not an AI platform. It's very much a rules-based platform that attorneys have 100% control over what happens and what rules they build into it. But with respect to, what are the benefits of AI and what are the benefits of technology in general, really, that I think we should be talking about, I want to talk about where our company actually initiated and what community we actually arose from to serve, which I think is very relevant to answering that question. So what we do now actually stemmed from my pro bono work. I was a lawyer, practiced for almost a decade, last at Sibley Austin, but I also did pro bono work on the side. And one of the areas in which I did a lot of pro bono work in was with domestic violence survivors. And I was finding that in my work, I was not able to spend all the time that I wanted to on these cases, because you can't spend all of your time on pro bono work. And because a lot of my time was being spent on the earlier phases of the case, which were very much rules-based and process-oriented. So at the time, what I wanted to do was build an application, something similar to, if you guys are familiar with TurboTax, something similar to TurboTax, but for domestic violence specifically, that would allow users, and the user could be an attorney, users being the attorneys at the law firm who were helping pro bono. Second would be the attorneys or legal professionals at the legal aid organization. And third would be the actual consumer who would actually enter their data potentially. So what we wanted to do was build a tool that would allow them to really speed up the early phases of the case. And we did build that product. At the time, it was something called Help Self Legal. And we launched it, and we were able to get a ton more efficiency out of these cases, which meant that me and other pro bono attorneys we're able to spend our time on the meaty parts of the case that you really can't have technology assisting with, like going to court with the client, helping them at their hearing, giving them fact intensive or legal intensive advice, taking on their appeal, things like that. So that was the genesis of what we then built, which is we realized that there were so many other areas of law that this concept, this process could be applied to. And so that's why we decided to launch Gavel. We were thinking, what's the best way for us to really scale the impact? It wasn't for us to go sit down and build tools for every single area of law, every single jurisdiction. As you know, law is very fragmented and is constantly being updated. But rather it was to put the power of technology and coding really in the hands of the experts, the people who have been, the person, for example, in divorce, let's use the example of divorce, like who's been doing divorce law for 20 years and has all of that information in their head, and they can bake the rules into the system. So before we sort of get started on, I was asked to show a little bit on our application and our application of AI. I want to also set the stage for how we're seeing the evolving nature of AI in the legal field. So first, I will say we are only at the beginning. There's obviously a lot of hype as well about this technology. Everyone's talking about it, but the real application is not fully concrete. Like I was just moderating a panel of in-house and law firm partners a few days ago at a legal operations conference, and we were talking about how are you actually using AI in practice. And right now, I think it's very ephemeral. People are not really, they're testing it out. We have not seen its full potential. So, and a lot of people have been estimating in an app group particularly that it's not going to be for another decade that we're actually going to see what the impact of this technology is fully. And at Gavel as well, we've had early access to many of these different technologies from OpenAI and other providers as well. And the rate of progress in this area has been remarkable. So we're seeing new versions, new applications, improved behavior on a really regular basis. But as we dive into this discussion, we want to be asking primarily, what are we optimizing for? And we need to be frank about the fact that these concerns are going to be both on the consumer side. And when I say consumer, I mean both individual consumers and corporate consumers of legal services, anyone who's consuming legal services, and also on the attorney side, because obviously that's a lot of the comments that you guys are probably, if we're being realistic, getting is from the attorney side, and how is this going to impact the practice of law and the business of law. And I think in the foreseeable future, it won't be possible to sort of do this alone. AI can provide support, automation, and data-driven insights, while the lawyers provide and bring their expertise and their judgment to really get the best result, which at the end of the day is what we're all looking for. We're looking to get the best result for everyone. And as Daza was mentioning, zealous advocacy is having that on both sides in a very competent manner is what we're looking to get. But there are also concerns on the attorney side around being replaced, and how do we modify pricing, and what are the impacts of this on the business side. And I think I just want to touch on this really briefly on those two concerns. So will there be less lawyers? We actually think not. There is, as you all know, there's a huge portion of Americans, of Californians, around 80 to 90%, depending on which of those geographies we're talking about, who don't have access to legal services and don't have access to really critical legal services that are in some situations, life and death matters. And the population of lawyers we have today are not going to be able to serve them on their own. And I'd like to note that in the past, advancements in technology, so for example, online legal research, have not replaced attorneys and professionals and legal professionals. Instead, they've actually really up-leveled those legal professionals, increased their productivity and efficiency, and allowed them to serve more people, which is, I think, one of the big picture goals that we at Gavel are really concerned about, because that's what we initiated for, was working with the legal aid community And I think something that we should all be thinking about as well. And then on pricing, I think, the pricing model when you're using these forms of technology are going to need to change as well. So let me just show you, I wanted to show you a little bit on our application of AI, and I'll briefly just discuss what our application is like right now, so that you can have a little bit of background. We enable and empower a lot of the consumer-facing legal technology products that you may be familiar with and may have actually given, I'm not sure it's given testimony today. So for example, companies like Landlord Legal, Just Tech, Hello Divorce, those are tools that are built on Gavel. And as a result, they have not had to go hire huge engineering teams to be able to scale up the types of tools that they're providing to the communities. Similarly, we have tons of legal aid organizations, including Legal Aid Foundation of Los Angeles, where I am right now, and who are using our technology to enhance and completely scale up exponentially the number of people that they are able to serve. So at our core, we are a rules-based system, as I mentioned. All the rules are embedded by the attorney. So this is just a quick kind of image of how our system works. The attorney goes into the system, or the legal professional goes into the system. The person with the expertise on the law goes into the system, enters data that they want to gather and things that they want to display on the screen. So again, I want to, even though we are not at all related to TurboTax, I just want to bring you to that analogy, because I think it's a good way to picture what we do. So imagine you're on TurboTax or a similar online tool that's taking you through a process. Similarly, on Gavel, you are building that tool. So you can add questions, you can put disclaimers, you can kick people out of the system and say, hey, you need to talk to an attorney right now because your answers indicate that technology is not the way for you to move forward for this. And most of the tools that our customers are building are very much a hybrid service. So they oftentimes are still forming a full attorney-client relationship with their clients. Sometimes they aren't, but they've really calibrated that to the practice that they are running and how that fits best within their customer client base. So this is the first section. You're creating those questions. You are creating maybe even videos that they're displaying to the end user. You're putting information bubbles. You're really trying to provide something that's educating the user, but also not duplicating your time as that legal professional. And then you can add all sorts of logic. So as we all know, the law really is similar to computer code. It is a set of if this, then that rules. Very complex version of that, but that's what our statutes and our case law are aiming to be, and where that breaks down obviously is where we need to litigation. So that's this first little box that you see up in the top left, and then on the right is what this actually turns into. So this is obviously a very simplified version of this. You may have an estate planning tool that maybe is asking about the person's marital status, about their spouse's name, depending on whether they were married, and a bunch of other data that they're gathering. And then at the end of that process, it's generating documents, which maybe are going to the attorney first to review, still speeding up that process, or maybe are going to the client to take a look at. Really depends on how it's been set up. So in this case, it's generating 3 documents in this example. So the way that we are now, one of the big kind of pain points of our customer base has been, we have all this knowledge and we have all this expertise. We want to reach more of the American public in order to provide them adequate and competent legal services. How do we do that in a scalable manner, given that it actually takes time to build all these workflows out? We make it very easy to drag and drop. You don't need the technical expertise, but you still need to sit there and put it in. So that is the application of AI that we are now working on, that we're probably going to have our first version out on actually in a few weeks to some beta users, where we'll be testing quite significantly in very specific practice areas, and then launching to a broader customer base after that. But as I said, our primary concern as a company is to really make use of this technology in a way that benefits our customers and their core needs. And then they in turn also have, they should probably be providing, they have lots of information and intel to be providing on how they interact with their customers. But for us, they're laboring over these custom applications. And so the goal is to get them off the ground really, really quickly. So I'm just going to take you quickly through a few of these slides, which show how this works. So you as a builder, and this is not a consumer, this is not the client, but this is the actual builder who interacts with the AI portion of it. They log into the system, they then create a new workflow. They can, as always, they can always start from scratch and build those rules in based on what they want to put into the system. But our new feature is going to be allowing them to build that workflow based on documents that they input into the system. So this is that next step. They can then drag and drop any number of documents into the system. And so where we find this is very important is it is enabling the attorney or the legal professional to decipher between what is good data that goes in and what is not good data that goes in. So as I remember from being at a law firm, being an associate at a law firm, you join, you have a huge set of so many, tens of thousands of documents, maybe more, on something like iManage, your document management or your document management system. And you don't know, as that associate, which ones of these are good, which ones of these are bad, which ones are the ones that I should be drawing information from. And so that's why we think it's very important for you to be selecting the set of data that you're actually pulling from, as opposed to just pulling from a much larger base, especially given that a lot of the lawyers that we work with have this niche expertise, have a niche set of data that they've gathered and collected over a large portion of time. So in this phase of the process, you're loading exactly the documents that you want. This is just a picture, a screenshot of now those documents are loaded here. And then our system then starts to comb through those documents to see where, and what we're really doing here is entity extraction. So we're trying to see, where are these documents different from each other? Where are they similar to each other? Where are the fields that need to change? And we are putting that in, and where are there spaces where there needs to be logic added? And we're putting that in front of the legal professional so that they can accept or reject every single one of those changes, and tell it whether or not that's what this workflow should look like, because this is the way that they're going to be practicing after they set this all up. So it's very important that they get this first step in this process set up correctly. So they go through that for every single one of these documents. As you can see, it kind of reads through, suggests a bunch of information. You can accept or reject. We're learning from that for their future documents. We've separated these. We ask them what practice areas. So let's say if a firm is using this for 10 different practice areas, we ask them what practice areas they're working on for a particular workflow so that we can inform the next workflow that they're working on. Let's say it's an eviction defense tool that they're building. That's the area that they're building for. Then in the next time that they build something for eviction defense, we would be drawing from that data that they have entered into the system on that topic. And then it's creating all these questions, as you can see, and this is, some of these workflows end up being hundreds of pages with, sometimes 100 fields on one section, because there's so much data that is being collected over the course of a relationship with a client. This isn't just what you would enter into your practice management system, which may be something at a high level, but this is really every piece of data that you would need to know about your client to generate documents for them, work product for them, decisions for them, as the course of the relationship goes on for this particular matter and any matter in the future. And then so it's also tagging those documents. So it's connecting all those questions into fields inside of the document, which you, as the person who's reviewing this, have full oversight into and can modify, so that you know that it's doing it in the correct way. So that's what the system looks like, and that is what is going to get them ramped up. And then after that, they then launch these products, which sometimes they're using internally. Sometimes they're using in a client-facing manner, which is probably the most popular way to gather client data. But then in a hybrid manner, they are taking those documents at the end of that process, or any legal processes or decisions they're making at the end of that process, and taking a final pass. And then the three buckets in which our customers are using this. So the first two I've mentioned. The third way is creating full-fledged legal technology products. So that means those are the companies that I mentioned, that are consumer facing oftentimes justice technology, justice legal technology tools that are enabling many more people to use these products, but at a much lower cost, with the addition of some legal assistant at the points where it makes sense. So that's what the product looks like. That's our application of AI. I also just want to briefly talk about how this all relates to the rules that obviously we're all here today to talk about, the rules that California will be potentially implementing to protect all of these different communities, to make sure that software providers are providing the right safeguards, to make sure that we are implementing rules that protect legal professionals and their clients and the citizens of California as well. So these are the top 6 areas that we think are really important. So I'll kind of go quickly through those. First is confidentiality, obviously, and I'm probably reiterating some of what's been said already today. So I'll go through these a little bit more quickly than I would otherwise, but confidentiality. So obviously these AI applications are, whether it's Gavel or any of these AI applications, I'm talking more broadly now, are needing access to significant amounts of data. So we need to be considering how that data is handled, how it's anonymized, how it's encrypted, what is the data governance policy there? Are there terms of service that allow certain people to opt out of the process? And how are we using the providers in a way that's secure and reliable? So that's number 1. Number 2 would be the duty of competent and diligent representation. So it's easy to say that you're using some form of assistive technology, but if it's an area that you're not necessarily familiar with as an attorney, then that's something that conflicts clearly with the duty of competence. We think that it can very much augment the capabilities, but just like in areas like legal research and data analysis and predictive modeling, it can definitely augment the capabilities of lawyers there, but attorneys really need to remain informed about the benefits, the risks, and the ethical implications, and making sure that they're maintaining some level of oversight and overview over what goes out to the client. Third is supervision and reliability. So just as we have rules around supervising the work of paralegals is expected, we similarly want to be supervising the work of whatever we are generating through the use of these types of tools. And then with respect to reliability, that is for any scenario where you have a non-logic based tool, and it's important to be ensuring that work product is being generated in a way that is not unclear, and where the process is clear to the person who's building it. Next is representations to clients, and this plays into both the pricing discussion, but also it plays into how consumers should be informed about whether or not it's who's actually interacting with them and who's communicating with them. So we've seen a lot of the big tech companies outside of the legal tech space have agreed to, 1, testing products for security risks, but 2, using watermarks to make sure that consumers can spot AI generated material. And so that may be something that is something that we should be informing consumers and clients about. And that ties into the aspect of informed consent, and whether lawyers should be informing their clients. And this could include privacy concerns, explanations, and then again, on the pricing piece, this probably comes outside of where the traditional billable hour model goes, because we're going to have to think of creative ways that enable us to price these technologies in a way that is transparent and fair to both sides. And then finally is kind of a big issue, big topic probably that we could do a whole session on, but the question of UPL and how those types of rules should be impacted, and what the definition is, because in some ways those rules are not clear enough, and because of the lack of clarity, there's been a pretty big chilling effect. And we see this a lot with our customers. As I said, we have customers in those 3 different tiers of using our product. 1 internally, 2 in some client facing way with a full attorney client relationship, and 3 in a way that they're creating a legal product. And those legal products have been chilled because not because they think they're not allowed to do this, but because they have no idea whether they're allowed to do it and they don't want to enter into a gray area. So whatever the rules are, they should definitely be very clear so that people know what they are allowed to and what they are not allowed to do. So I'll end that there. That's a little bit about our platform and our position on where this plays into the role of the future of the legal profession and what safeguards should be addressed. And if you guys have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them as well.
I'm interested in your thoughts on the UPL issue in terms of what amount of legal assistance or advice or guidance should an application be able to provide to a consumer before it should be characterized as the practice of law?
Definitely.
It's just a tough conceptual definition, and I'm just looking for you guys are probably giving it more thought than most.
Definitely. So what we have seen is where there are rules-based systems, and this doesn't really tread as much in the old terminology, like rules-based systems actually were what we used to call AI, but now when we talk about AI, we're really talking more about generative AI and those types of capabilities. So when we talk about rules-based systems, where a lawyer or a legal professional could take something that they're putting into an application and just as well be putting it on a blog post in a fairly anonymized fashion and be taking someone down a flow chart, which is a lot of what these types of applications are doing. They're asking you for your information. Let's say we think about something like Landlord Legal or Hello Divorce, both companies that we work closely with. We see that the way that they're building these tools is very similar to how you would build a flow chart, and you would tell someone, okay, if you have been you've been married and in the state for 6 months, then this is the route that you should go down. And so while it is, I think a lot of times people say, okay, well, if you're collecting the individualized data about the customer that they are in California, they have been here for 6 months, that they live in this county, then that turns, I think what I've heard in the past is people are wary that turns it into the UPL. But our position is that shouldn't, because there's no assessment being made based on that information other than what already would have been able to be put into a flow chart on a blog post. So I think that once we get into using more fuzzy, anything from the AI spectrum of fuzzy logic all the way through generative AI type technology, that becomes a little bit more risky and should have some form of oversight by the attorney. But with rules-based systems, we don't believe that in most cases they should be. Although obviously there's a lot that then goes into the attorney who's putting these tools out on making sure that they're implementing accurate safeguards. So I'll give an example of this. When we were building the domestic violence tool that I mentioned earlier, one of the things that was a very big concern for us was we see people coming in who need assistance with a domestic violence matter, but they may also completely separately have an immigration matter going on, or they have some form of status issue. And so it was our duty as the provider of this type of software to ensure that we are creating flags, creating safeguards inside of the system to make sure we're kicking people out. Because if you have an immigration matter, there is a lot that you probably need to talk to an attorney about first before you decide if you want to file something in court, because it could have big implications depending on what your status is and all of that. So that's just one example.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dorna. I'm not seeing other questions. It might be since you're the last presenter, but we really do appreciate your time and providing some information about Gavel. This will help inform our committee. So thanks again.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you so much for having me, and always here if you have any other questions or need any assistance.
Thank you.
I do have a question before you drop off, maybe. I don't want to put you on the spot, but since you're here, is there an opportunity maybe for someone on this co-prac to be part of a beta group? Just for us to in some way learn more by being part of something?
Absolutely. Yeah, we would love that. If you would let me know who would be the right person to, if that's you, Raquel, or anyone else who would be the right person to correspond with that. Once we have our beta release out, we would love to have you be a part of that and give us feedback as well.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, thanks again. I think if there are no questions, then we'll break for lunch because I know we've been going for quite some time. So after lunch, we'll do a wrap-up AI discussion and share some results from the state bar did a survey on AI. So you're welcome to join us after, but I know you might not be able to with your time commitments. So thanks again. And let's see, it's now 12:54, so we'll return in about an hour. So let's just say 1:50. We'll return to conclude the meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. talking? Oh, you're not.
Is anyone else having audio trouble?
I don't seem to be. I can hear you.
Can you hear us?
I
Yeah.
just heard you now, but all the time before I could not hear you. I saw your
Sorry
mouth.
about that.
Saw your mouth
That's
was
the problem
moving.
with the conference room view. We couldn't tell who was speaking or what was up.
Thank you, Brandon.
Sure.
Okay, so if you want to mute yours.
There's a little bit of an echo.
Are we good now?
Yes.
Okay, let's try that again. The benefits of hybrid, right? So basically the point of the thought exchange was to do a couple different things. One was to obtain input from licensees on issues they thought were relevant to COPRAC's consideration of whether generative AI should be regulated and how. And then also to see if there were any concepts that the working group and then of course COPRAC should be considering that aren't already being explored. Essentially, the results are pretty validating in that like all of the themes that came out of the thoughts are themes that are already being considered or have already been discussed. Many of them were discussed this morning. And then I was going to just briefly talk about kind of the participants and the demographics of those. So we asked an initial question, and then individuals were able to put their response to that question into a thought. So they could say what the thought was and why they thought it was important. And there were 207 of those thoughts provided by 256 participants. And then people were able to rate those thoughts. So it's a scale of 1 to 5. You either strongly disagree or strongly agree or something in the middle of those, with 3 being kind of a neutral. So we had almost 4,000 ratings on those 207 thoughts. And a brief breakdown of kind of the people that did actually participate. So for context, I don't know if I was muted before when I was saying this, so apologies if it's repetitive, but we had a fairly low, a very low participation rate. So this went out to all licensees in their all licensee email, and we only had 256 respondents out of the very large licensee population in California of over 200,000 attorneys. But an interesting breakdown is that of the respondents, it's pretty relatively evenly spread across practitioners. So about 33% of the respondents have been practicing 10 years or less, 25% in that 11 to 20 year mark, and 42% practicing 21 years or more. Thanks. I think go back to other way. You have to use your arrow. One more. Great. And so one of the demographic questions we asked, it's not a true demographic question, but it was how are you already using generative AI in your practice? And nearly 2/3 of the respondents said that they have never used it. Of that, 28% said they're not planning to use it at all. 34% said they haven't used it, open to trying it. A quarter said they've tried it a couple times, and only about 13% said they use it on a frequent basis. So to some extent, I think that's interesting because from my perspective, exploring this, it feels like all that's being talked about is lawyer use of AI. So interesting to see, from that relatively limited population that maybe that's not necessarily the case across licensees. And then asking the question of whether regulatory bodies should play a role in the development and enforcement of regulations surrounding its use. 70% think that there should be some sort of regulation. This obviously doesn't ask if that should be the state bar. It's a more general question, but it is interesting to me that there are, of the respondents, a large population that do think that there should be some sort of regulation with use of generative AI in the law. So kind of going into these questions a little bit more, one of the questions was, are you already using generative AI? And then that was, contrasted against whether or not the rules and other governing authorities are sufficient to address the issue. If you have used AI or if you frequently use AI, you are more likely to say that the existing rules are sufficient. And then conversely, if you have not, you are more likely to say that there need to be new rules of some kind. Similarly, those who have limited use or no use of generative AI seem to think that there should be more regulation, as opposed to those who have not, or do use it, thinking that there should maybe not be as much regulation around it. So it seems like the more knowledge you have about it, the less you think there needs to be any regulation or new regulation. All right, and then so going to the themes. So the next several slides after this kind of give you the top ranked thoughts for each of these themes, and I'm not going to go into those right now, but you can certainly take a look at those, and the committee or the working group, I'm happy to also, provide you any more information. There's a lot of data that can be generated from the thought exchange, so to the extent you want to look at the data in a lot more detail, happy to do that with the group. But these were basically the themes that came out of the thoughts that were provided by the respondents. So that there's, certainly a need to review and supervise concerns with accuracy and quality of what comes out of generative AI. That's tied to the hallucination issue. And then related to quality, a lot of it was tied to the need for there to be attorney analysis that goes beyond whatever the output is. Concerns about confidentiality and privilege. There were in the thoughts a fair amount of concern about work product privilege specifically, concerns about authentication of evidence and deep fakes, some copyright concerns, questions surrounding communication and disclosure obligations, communication to your clients that you're using generative AI, and then disclosure to courts and others that you're using it as well. UPL concerns, equity and access concerns, and basically making like a larger divide amongst those who can afford to use generative AI products and those who cannot, be it attorneys or clients. And then obviously if it's the attorneys who cannot afford to use it, whether or not that negatively impacts their clients. Concerns about the bias in generative AI products and outputs. And then a lot of discussion about whether or not it should be regulated in some capacity versus whether or not licensees should just be educated on how to properly use it, which I think is something that frankly this committee is going to be discussing a lot and grappling with to some extent. One thing I did want to share, and Angie, I'm going to see if I can swap over and share my screen. Let's see. Oh, you know what? I think it kicked me out of the meeting. Maybe I can share it separately. What the thought exchange does is it also provides, it uses OpenAI to generate some of its feedback on the thoughts that are provided. And what it ultimately provided is something that kind of, in a way, reads very similar to a COPRAC opinion digest. And so what it said is it said that the responses to the asked questions suggest that AI can be a useful tool in the practice of law, but it should be used responsibly and with caution. It is important to consider ethics, competence, data privacy, bias, access to justice, liability, transparency, and a flexible regulatory framework when using AI. It's also important to protect client confidentiality, ensure AI production is clearly identified, and protect against UPL. Additionally, the use of AI should not replace attorneys or otherwise render legal advice without the supervision of a licensed attorney. Finally, it's important to consider accuracy, reliability, bias, protected IP, and responsibility for the ethics of all outcomes when using AI. So again, that's something that sounds like what CoProc would maybe come up with, and that was generated from the thoughts that were provided. It also came up with, talking points. It was able to group, and those talking points, I could read them to you in a friendly way, or in a formal way, or in a fun way, which turns it into like a rap or a poem, depending upon how I ask it to do it. It also, was able to break the themes into categories, which really, frankly, can kind of read in the way that like a CoProc outline might read as well. So very interesting, certainly things we can share a lot more of, but just kind of wanted to give that very high level overview of the thoughts, and I can answer any questions about it, or we can kind of dive into what the committee wants to do with everything we learned this morning.
So are there any questions on the thought survey? Not seeing any. I'm gonna move to adjourn this meeting, and then we could have the AI tool come up with recommendations of CoProc on AI. No, but I wanted to spend some time talking about realistically next steps, about what and I'd like to hear first from the working group, based on today's discussion and the working group's meeting that have occurred so far, what you think CoProc's next steps should be relating to lawyers' use of AI.
So if I would just jump in, it's hard to know what the next steps should be, and it's not entirely clear to the working group, or at least this member of it, what the state bar is looking for. So I think it's relatively easy to craft a bulletin or advisory talking about the existing ethical rules that may be implicated and sort of emphasizing things that practitioners need to watch out for and be mindful of as they look into using AI in their practice. I actually think this is, it's interesting. Everybody's looked at this and nobody has come up with a novel ethical issue yet, unique to AI that is not sort of subsumed within our ethical framework. But I'm not comfortable yet saying that I've, that I'm done learning about this and thinking about it. So I don't know if the state bar wants some sort of interim advisory bulletin, practice alert, something like that, or if that's really that useful. We're probably in a position to do that over the next couple of meetings, but anything more in-depth or I think substantive, I think we need to keep learning about this stuff. I think we're sort of scratching the surface.
I don't think I'm on the working group, but I think a bulletin or something like that would be very helpful, even if it just identified things that may not be intuitive, like look at the terms of service for OpenAI, look for these things, consider confidentiality. It's not a representative sample, but a lot of people who are talking about it are obviously not also doing it. So they haven't even really scratched the surface of, obviously, as Erica mentioned, there's a lot of people talking about it and not many people are doing it.
Right.
It means they're holding back or they haven't figured out what it is. Something, orientation bulletin might be really helpful for people in that category.
And just one of the things I've been ruminating on that I think is potentially like seismically important for the profession is this reliance on this technology. I think most of the practitioners on this committee, we have enough experience that I could see us being in a position to oversee competent use of AI. And I'm not sure, I haven't fully ordered my thoughts on how the future of this plays out, but I have concerns about a diminishing standard of care over time as new generations of lawyers are entering as sort of an AI law workforce, and they don't have the experience. They don't have the years of experience that most of us have had working in the practice of law. I fear for the graduates from law schools 3 years from now. I'm not exactly sure how they're going to learn how to be lawyers if AI becomes as prevalent as what people are suggesting here, because of the very tasks that most new lawyers and firms start learning through seem like they're going to be taken over. But I'm not sure what our role is in that. How can we as a state bar try to maintain a standard of competence and care for the profession in the face of this? Way too premature for me to have useful thoughts on that, but it's a concern that as I learn more about this, that occurs to me.
Brandon, I thought it was really interesting. The first question I think you asked was, or somebody asked was, do we need new regulation? And the answer was no, we really don't, because the ethical rules are still the same. Now, maybe AI, as I was thinking about it, gives us all a chance to break those rules faster and easier, but they're the same rules. Then, as we went through the whole thing, we got down towards the end, and I asked my question, which is really what was occurring to me, is that maybe the issue isn't the issue of more concern, and that if you're not going to use this technology, maybe you're going to be committing malpractice. And I thought that the answer to that question was pretty interesting as well. Not yet, but maybe in a year. And that
Right.
surprised me, because I thought they were going to take maybe 10 years. But anyway, so from that all, I gleaned my thinking gelled into is, I don't think we need to discuss separate rules at this point. I'm not sure we even want to put out guidelines, because we're not in the business of putting out practice pointers. I think maybe we need to let this percolate for that year and see what happens. And as far as feeling sorry for the kids in law school, next year there's going to be a class in it in their law school. So that's where I come out. I'm not saying anybody else's view is wrong. I'm just saying that's where I came out after this, which I thought was an absolutely fascinating, well put together presentation. And I appreciate all the effort that went into giving those presenters to us. Really opened my eyes.
Well, we talked about reviving the bulletin thing a couple meetings ago, and I think it could be something as straightforward as a presentation along the lines of what's on that MIT site, which if you look at that, it has a chart that says, we could plug California rules in there, and I'm sure that you would be happy to share that content. Before you start using it, or if you're thinking about using it, just run through these lists of items and think about these things. It wouldn't be very difficult, as Brandon says. There's no downside to doing that.
I'd sure like to take a look at it if you're willing to put it together. I mean, the group's willing to do that. I'd sure like to take a look at it.
I mean, looking ahead, I think the real damage is going to be when Gavel just cuts the lawyer out, goes directly to the client, sends the trust and estate plan to them, right? That's the next step. It doesn't take much to imagine that.
Well, it is also really interesting, because if you are talking to your dentist and you start asking them a bunch of legal questions and they start giving you a bunch of legal advice, that could be UPL. But what is it if you're just at home talking to your chat GPT, getting all the answers? That's a really interesting area. And then one, I raised this earlier, but I am concerned because in the nature of my practice, I see some of the, just the most awful conduct by lawyers. And it occurs to me that in the law firm administration practice, I think there's going to be a lot of people who think they're talking to their lawyer, but they're talking to their lawyer's chatbot, right? I think that's going to happen. And do we want to suggest that 1.4 requires something more different, or a disclosure that you do not satisfy the duty of communication with a client by just, properly preparing your chatbot to respond to people? That occurs to me as problematic. I'm not aware of even anecdotal evidence of that happening yet, but I'm just waiting for it to happen,
Well,
there was an interesting formulation of this on that MIT chart, which says, like, would your client be surprised and dismayed to find out that it's not you.
Right,
Right?
right.
Not a bad way to see it.
Well, if you're going to take a dive into it in terms of coming up with guidelines, certainly you could look at advertising current rules. And I suspect, just by recollection, that it's all covered there in terms of what's a communication, what's a solicitation, and everything else, and what has to be disclosed and not disclosed. This is a non-attorney spokesperson or whatever. And then the other issue that I really thought was something that piqued my interest was UPL. But then again, COPRAC is not in the business of UPL. So I don't know where we go with that.
But I mean, Brandon's point is really kind of an interesting one for the future, which is if the question is about non-licensed people or non-licensed person, well, this is a person, right?
Right, like there's nothing that prevents a layperson's allowed to go to the statutes and try to figure it out him or herself, right?
Sure, and they can use whatever tools they want.
Right, but what about ChatGPT? Is ChatGPT then engaging in UPL?
Or are the owners?
Somebody's got to
Brandon, that came up.
facilitate the communication. And that's the person who's engaged in UPL.
So you say.
When I was working on the AI panel for the ethics symposium, it came to my attention that firms are already using Chat GPT to do intakes. So they have those fielding intakes and communicating with people. That was one of the questions, and the panelists really didn't have an answer. Whether that needs to be disclosed. And, is that any different? A lot of law firms use, non-lawyer staff people to do the initial intakes. Is having a Chat GPT different than having a unlicensed human legal assistant do it? I don't know the answer, but apparently it's headed in that direction, at least to that extent.
Can you have a Chat GPT avatar sit in on your committee work for you? And I say that jokingly, but it's come to my attention. There's some really interesting programs out there. Because look, I'm completely ignorant about AI until the last couple of months where I'm trying to learn a lot. But there's a company called Do Not Pay, which challenges traffic violations for you, does other things. And there's another company called, I believe, Semblance, and you can teach this AI to learn your voice and speaking habits, and then it couples with other AI engines and interacts with people on your behalf, and it's supposedly pretty indistinguishable from yourself.
Do we know you're not an avatar? Or?
You have no idea. There's no watermark telling you anything.
I feel like the avatar would be smarter than this.
And better looking. I would make a much better avatar.
Why would it be exactly the same? Right?
Well, I heard one of the striking actors going on and on about their strike and the problem with AI. And what they were saying was that right now, their likeness and image can be regenerated by AI, and it's almost indistinguishable. Yeah. And their complaint was that in about a year, again, that year keeps coming up, it will be indistinguishable, and that's why they're out on strike. So that's where this industry is going, and it's going real quick.
If you saw Indiana Jones,
I literally,
it already is. So.
I just this second got a Law 360 headline heralding a new era in law students and legal professionals' interactions with artificial intelligence. Arizona State University's Sandra Day O'Connor College of Law has announced applicants will be permitted to use generative AI to prepare law school applications beginning next month.
Oh, you see, they'll be teaching it.
So I'm happy to pause for a minute just to talk about what the board and the state bar might be looking for. So I think they're looking for COPRAC's recommendations, and I don't say that to be obtuse, but I think what we're looking at is, maybe that's an FAQ or a guideline. There's nothing in COPRAC's rules that preclude it from issuing that type of advice. It doesn't necessarily have to be in a formal opinion. And I think that would certainly be something that's a lot more agile to all of the changes that are likely coming in the near future. And it would obviously, be something that we as staff can ask for input on, we can circulate, and then, COPRAC can revisit that input and determine whether or not there should be updates to it on a periodic basis or something like that. I do think to
Go ahead.
some extent, we should be looking at whether or not there need to be maybe rule changes or rule modifications. And I'm not saying that there should be, I'm saying that the answer could be no, but maybe like truly looking at the rules and saying, is 1.1's, comment 1 sufficient to address generative AI? Is what's in 1.1, A, sufficient to address irresponsible use of generative AI? 1.6 and 606AE, it's probably sufficient, or maybe not, something certainly for the committee to consider. Duty to supervise, those types of questions. Do those rules cover the obligations when you're reviewing outputs? Maybe yes, maybe no. But I think there may need to be a more methodical approach to going through some of the rules to see, okay, this rule sufficiently addresses use or it doesn't. Maybe that's a longer term goal as what attorneys use generative, what the products look like and what the attorney specific products are becomes more settled. And then the interim, maybe there's an interim guideline of some kind, but I do think the board and the state bar are likely looking for something of some kind. And it could be something plus we're going to continue looking at these issues, but I think they are looking for some sort of result come November.
I'd like to suggest an interesting experiment to the drafting group. If they go forward, that they ask AI to develop guidelines for attorneys for ethical conduct using AI. And they also ask AI if there are any rule changes that would be appropriate when using AI, and see what AI tells us. Just as an experiment, I think it would be interesting.
I like that idea. It'd be funny to see how it wishes to regulate itself and what it would suggest.
Yeah, we've seen, Brandon, on the APRO website, we've seen some of that.
I mean, lawyers spend
interesting to see what it tells us.
Yeah.
We'll get a flavor for how much we can trust what it is doing too. It would be interesting, that's all.
Yeah.
One other, in just terms of next steps, following on what Erica was saying, in addition to maybe considering the guidelines, that I agree with what others have said about guidelines being useful to address changes, and considering potential changes to the rule, whether they're necessary. And I did hear, I don't remember when this, actually, I think it was Andrew Tuft, or formerly this committee, I saw some comment he provided, it was on LinkedIn or something, but based on AI and suggesting maybe the rules relating to the duty of supervision need to be clarified via comment, perhaps, to make sure they apply to the use of AI, overseeing AI and not just non-lawyer assistants, for instance. So I do think looking a little more deeply at the rules would be useful, as Erica suggests, but kind of more immediately, it seems like doing guidelines would be very useful. And I do think, and just hearing some of the speakers this morning, the one thing I think a couple of them mentioned as being very important is education. And I find that is the most, and education, not just about, and this might not be COPRAC's role exactly, but education, not just about how the rules apply to a lawyer's use of AI, but on competence itself about how to use AI. That seems to be critical. Lawyers need to learn how to use AI. And Erica, I am for some reason not recalling this. I know that the CBAR recently had some changes to the CLE rules.
Yeah.
And is technology in the practice of law
Yes, it was
Now
adopted.
It's
Yes.
adopted now.
Yeah, so the requirement itself goes into effect February 1, 2025. So anyone who's reporting that date or thereafter will have to have that 1 hour per 25-hour MCLE. So we have, some time before, about a year and a half or so, until licensees are required to have that course. But that's certainly something where this is an excellent topic for that.
Yeah. So, because it just seems like to me, education is very important, as well as the extent CoPrac can help facilitate CLE efforts. That would be useful. Maybe even at our next symposium, more of a practical, how to use AI, hands-on.
I have some thoughts, and I see one of our committee members is on, so I'd like him to be able to as well share. Nima, welcome. I got to put your hand down soon. So I think I appreciate you, Erica, focusing us on, okay, what did the trustees ask us to do? Because I think that's the North Star. And so my takeaway is that we should be thoughtful. Just what we each may individually know, and then collectively what we heard today. In the long-term view, and in the short term. And so I feel like for the committee, some of it is just us having, time to think about what did we hear and what does that mean? But I also think for the members that are not on the committee, you all doing the same, because I think you feeding your lines of sight into what we're doing is what would be really helpful to us, so that we have the benefit of the brain power, if you will. And my sense is that based on what I heard, and if you have a survey that talked about 256 people out of 200,000, we don't really know where our membership is, and our data, what we got is a bit skewed to the uninformed and the unused. But having said that, what that tells us is that of the 256, most people haven't been using it, don't know a lot about it. And so what does that mean? To me, that says, oh, there is something that the state bar should be doing. And that is around lifting an awareness and education beyond just continuing education hours. So what are some things, could you do FAQs? Could you do articles? So what resources can we in our mandate be providing out to people so that they can at least have the opportunity to become more informed? And obviously we're shaping what we want them to learn about by what we're offering. So in some way it's curated very specifically. So it's not like they're going and learning all kinds of things that may be interesting, but ours is targeting their knowledge and awareness on the things that we think are important. And so I think that's a major role. And it seems like just from the 4 people we had here, there's a treasure trove of information that we could curate if we only used their sources. And they seem to me, they all came down to the same handful of things that we should be aware of and that we should be thinking about. So I think that was internally consistent. That made me feel that their resources probably are a way to curate. I also think as a committee, and Joel said something that relates to my thinking, and I think we should practice using this generative AI for some of the work we do in the next couple of months, so that so if it's great for serving up data, well, let's start using it for some of these draft opinions or some of this stuff that we're using other tools. Let's just add to whatever that toolbox is. I think that will also give us a better sense on what we should be recommending, because we will have used it. I thought we had an excellent mix of practitioners. And so, but that's just, from their point of view. But if, Brandon and Eleanor start using it, it's a different line of sight. And I think we have the work that we can incorporate it pretty simply. I asked Dorna about being in the beta test. I don't know if anybody on here was interested in doing it, but I had that same thought. How can we get involved in something and learn versus just reading, become more immersed so that we can, again, I open with saying, be really thoughtful in what we say to the trustees, because I think they are depending on us. And so that means we have an opportunity to shape how the board and how the bar as an agency reacts to something that we know is going to probably have some transformative effects on the practice of law over, X time forward. So that was my takeaways. I'm interested in hearing, I think the people haven't heard, Eleanor, Elizabeth, Nima, on, what were your takeaways? What do you think the committee should focus on? I think that'd be helpful.
The only thing that I really was impressed with as we go forward is the caution we received of being cautious about making rules when you're outside of the envelope, when the whole industry is still putting the envelope together right now. I think we got to respect that caution. I think it was well taken. So other than that, and I also, Raquel, I think you're right. We all, before we're going to be advising the trustees about pronouncements to make, we all have to get a little more familiar with it, because we're all, well, I am in that group of 2/3 of the attorneys who've never used it. So,
Hi, everybody. Nima here. I certainly echo a lot of the sentiment. Very much agree with Raquel's comments. I think at a first of all, I thought the event was super informative and great, and it's, I think, very important first step from my perspective. That being said, two things I just wanted to say, and everything else has been, I think, covered very well here. As I think what Brandon said at the outset is something that really, more than probably anything else, is something that that hits me in all of this, which is the idea of how the duty of competence is impacted with this technology. And I think it was the second presenter, and I can't remember, I'm blanking on the professor, I can't remember his name. I thought he was fantastic, but he also touched on this, which is, how do you ensure that we, as you as a lawyer, are not becoming too reliant on certain aspects of the technology that are such that you've now moved into the phase of not really practicing law and really sort of data processing, which that to me is a legitimate concern, and I don't think it's one that is insurmountable, but it is one that I do think that members of the bar have to be keenly aware of as they're carrying out their obligations for clients. And also take Joel's point on the fact that the envelope is still being constructed here and there's a lot of work still being done. But in some ways, I think that makes the bar's job a little bit more pressing, because when the technology is not fully baked, but people are still using it in their day-to-day, it is creating risk, and it is creating issues that I think folks need to be aware of, that, maybe the technology is not as good now. Therefore, there's more of a risk that simply relying on it is not going to be in your best interest. And we should focus more on, using it to supplement or kind of be a co-pilot for the things that you're doing. And so I just think some guidance around that is in some real guidance that can help attorneys navigate this, I think is where I most for me is the biggest concern that I have. Having dealt with this technology a lot in my day-to-day practice, I do a lot of this sort of work. It is a very good technology. It's a very promising technology. But from our role as advocates, who owe duties to our clients, that we have to answer for ourselves. I do think there is something that should be done, or at least some guidance given. At least that's my central takeaway.
I'm gonna, Nima, sorry to, I just want to introduce you because I don't know that everyone on CoPrac knows who you are.
Hi, yeah.
So Nima was asked to join the working group, CoPrac working group. So he's not a formal CoPrac member, for those of you who are wondering where he's coming from, but he is working a lot in the generative AI space and is, I think, a partner at Latham Watkins. You can give more of your introduction, but for those who are not on the AI working group, just so they know your contributions, and he was very helpful in getting some of the speakers lined up for this morning as well.
Oh, sorry, I should have introed myself. Yes, all of that is true. And very, it's a privilege to be be a part of these discussions and really appreciate all the work the committee has done on this. It's been encouraging to me to see that, because it's something that has been keeping me up at night for a long time. And having people really work hard to not just do the work that has to be done in terms of recommending to the bar, but also to actually really take the time and learn and listen to the people who are the experts in the space. As we did today, I think that says a lot about the diligence of the committee. So I really appreciate that, and really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you guys and join in these discussions.
I feel like it's premature to be putting out any kind of formal opinion type publication, but
Sorry, you cut out there for a second. Do you mind repeating it there?
Sure. I opine. My opinion, it is premature just listening to these speakers who are some of the most knowledgeable and familiar. The stage that we're at in this whole game, I just feel like it's really premature to be coming out with any kind of authority. But what I think could be really helpful, if the bar was inclined to consider it, is a free MCLE with people like Josh Kubicki and Daza Greenwood, who aren't necessarily, I don't know if either one of them are in a sales, have some capacity of selling product, but people who are thought leaders in this space in the legal industry, I think could be really helpful with identifying issues and considerations for people in the industry without the formality of some kind of an opinion or advisory or practice pointers. And if we have someone that's knowledgeable on CoPrac that fits the bill that could participate in that panel, that would be great. It's clearly not me, which is why I didn't volunteer for the working group. But since it's bombarding our emails every single day with different, Law 360 articles, lawyers getting in trouble. I mean, you can't escape this subject matter. So I think it's important to speak on it, but I just think it's premature to be doing some kind of a formal proclamation at this point. That's my 2 cents.
Thanks, Elizabeth. And I think that's a good suggestion, having, a CLE program like you planned, because I thought today's program was very informative for all of us, and having that be available to others, something similar, I think would be useful. I still think, though, that kind of it's not, I agree about maybe it's premature for an opinion or really any at this stage, but I still think guidelines that attorneys can go to as a resource, and even if the working group would come up with something and maybe vet the guidelines, if one of the, I'm blanking on the guy's, the professor who is now in Oakland, the MIT guy, like if he were willing to look at it for us briefly, or if we could get someone who is very knowledgeable to review what COPRAC's working group, what COPRAC ultimately comes up with, I think that would be very useful and valuable if we could get it vetted. So it's not just coming, only from COPRAC, that we make sure that experts are also looking at it to make sure we're not overlooking anything. But it seems like all of the points that came out of the slides of issue spotting, what you should consider, they were very consistent through all 3 slides today. And even as Erica pointed out, the thought survey results came up with kind of the same list. So I don't think everyone's necessarily thinking of all those points. So having a resource, I think, would be kind of useful for our members.
Hearing everybody's views so far and what Sarah just said, I think I really agree with you, Sarah. It kind of reminds me of, when you're drafting, I'm a litigator, when you're drafting a brief and you've got 5 or 6 arguments and you're not sure about that 5th or 6th argument, but you draft it up to see what it looks like. Is it persuasive? Does it make sense? Are you comfortable with it? I think at a minimum, if I'm understanding the state parks directive, they want to understand, whether we're in a position to offer guidance to lawyers to help them navigate this kind of nation stage of AI. And I think kind of behooves us to at least draft something up and see what we're comfortable with and whether we think it's going to be appropriate and useful. I mean, I think Nima touched on this and others, and what also stood out to me is the issue of competence, and just even having a simple, non-exhaustive, whatever you want to call it, document that reminds lawyers about their duties of competence and how they could play into using AI, I think could be extremely helpful for people who don't have a lot of knowledge of this space, so that if they do happen to pick up whatever document we might draft, they're thinking about some of these issues. So I think we have kind of maybe some steps here, but one step could be to just draft something up that we're comfortable with based on what we know, based on some future knowledge, see what it looks like, and talk about it as a committee, and see if it's something that we think would be helpful, and also something that the State Bar Board would be looking for. In addition to, of course, I totally agree about CLE and presentations and all of that, but I do think we're in a position to do more than just that, at least from a drafting stage, and see where we go from there.
I agree with that. I second it. I suspect we will land in a place where we think we can provide valuable advice. I think we've already seen that through these discussions today. It may not be comprehensive, but I think it could be valuable.
Well, if we go that route, I definitely liked the Daza Greenwood's presentation. I thought that it was very well thought out about if they were going to do it, how would it look? And they're coming from people with the most background, and it could be easily adapted. I mean, a lot of that legwork is done to be adapted to the California rules. But my concern about it is that a lot of this, you need to be having a dialogue and discussion for context of, how this plays out and how you might fall into a trap or fall, into problems where it's easy to put on the paper, be careful of your duty of competence and things of that nature. The nuances of how this all works is, very complicated. And so I guess just doing it with an aim of not making it really long and problematic because it's long and over-inclusive, but also not making it under-inclusive where it's just kind of an outline and doesn't really have meat on the bones beyond what our rules already provide.
But just looking at an article in the Recorder, I'm not sure that as a committee we have much choice, because it says The California State Bar Committee on Professional Responsibility will take up the hot button issue of artificial intelligence and make recommendations this fall for regulating its use in the legal profession. So
Why
it's
are
right,
we-
it's right there in the recorder.
Shouldn't we
Well,
be
there
issuing
you
our own
go.
press releases? Why are we reading these press releases?
And that's quoting the chair of the Board of Trustees, Ruben Duran. So we have no choice. We're tasked with it. We got to come up with recommendations.
Okay.
I mean, that's not really regulating the use, is that really regulating it? I mean,
At least according to the
I'm not-
recorder, that's what we're going to be doing. So
I'm not clear
Oh,
on the mandate
yeah.
of regulating versus
I mean, I thought we
explaining
talked
duties.
about the idea. I mean, they're coming, my impression, from this fear, like we gotta regulate it because otherwise it's gonna get out of control. They have less knowledge than we have. So if we get more informed and ultimately say, hey, we don't think you should regulate, this is what we think you should do. I think that's the viable option. I don't think if we don't think there's a need to regulate, we give them some regulatory framework for something that we don't believe. So we talked about this at one of our committee meetings. Like it's a fear. It's a fear-based task, meaning they're feeling like, oh, we're like this could get out of hand, and a lot of people could get hurt, and lawyers may misuse it, et cetera, et cetera. That was at least my feeling. Just by the urgency, like there's an urgency in it, like give it to this committee and by November, you have to tell us about regulating. And so I feel like the committee said, well, let us get more informed. That would be a first step. And based on that, we should be able to make a judgment if a regulation or regulatory framework is appropriate. My sense is what we've heard so far is we're not convinced. We're not convinced. Even a rule would be necessary. So I feel, even though it's in the recorder in that way, we do have the latitude and with our judgment to say, no, we don't think it's regulatory, but I think we should provide something because I do think there's a gap. And I think our survey told us people are not using it, or even those who are using it don't really understand it. And so the first step is, before you start regulating people who don't even understand it, I think is creating more of an awareness. And Elizabeth, you said something that I thought was interesting, and like it made me say, well, we just take what these 4 people just did. Is there some way to curate that without having to redo the same thing again? Because to me, I thought that what they did was excellent. I think they know they were recorded. I don't necessarily know that they think or they would have granted the ability to curate it and serve it out, but they were short enough for people to be able to consume fairly easy. And I thought that they were user friendly in the way that the 4 people talked. They all came from different angles, but they ended up in a very similar place. So to me, there's some goal there that we could say, could we serve up? How could we serve that up in a way that could be helpful to people to digest at their own rate? So it's a thought.
Just read the task that the board tasked CoPrac with one more time, because I do think the recorder article might have said that you guys are developing regulations, but really what was tasked of the group was to explore the use of and recommendations for regulation of AI. It doesn't say you must come up with regulations. And it said by the November 2023 board meeting, CoPrac should issue its recommendations, which may include practical guidance, an advisory opinion or other resources, changes to the rules or other rules or statutes, or other recommendations to ensure that AI is used competently and in compliance with professional responsibility obligations of lawyers. So I think you guys have a pretty large area that you can work within. be it on one extreme or the other of rules, or, an FAQ of some kind, or something in the middle of that as well, or many of those things.
So I think it's now 2:46, so I'm mindful of the time. I think we've talked about a lot of potential next steps, and I think it makes sense for the working group to meet again and try to, seriously consider and maybe start developing the guidelines and education issues. I know evaluating the rules and whether changes might be appropriate will take some more time, but I think immediately looking at the two issues of guidelines and education will be valuable for our next meeting. But I do want to move on to the next item on our agenda, so we have time to address everything that's remaining.
Sarah, before you move forward, can we get the resources that the presenter shared? They had slides and links, and some put them in the chat, but can we just ask them to consolidate and then share it with us?
Yes,
all of us?
staff will
Okay.
gather that. I think it was kind of in a whole lot of different formats.
Right.
So,
Right.
and I think
Thank
some
you.
of them excerpts, but yeah, we can certainly work to get those.
That's great. And so the next item on our agenda is C3, and that's the discussion of the conversion clauses in contingency fee agreements. And Brandon, I think, will take the lead on discussing this item.
I will take the lead before I punt to Joel.
Okay.
Prepared. The key issue that we're wrestling with is the working group wants to take a harder line than the committee as a whole has been comfortable with to date. And Joel graciously prepared sort of an outline of the support and basis for our point of view. Because we're just really not sure how to move forward with the opinion at this point. We have a draft that allows some wiggle room, some daylight, and that would potentially permit, ethically permit conversion clauses that none of us in the working group think should be permitted. But I'll pass it to Joel and let him sort of walk through his the points he prepared for us here. Joel, you're muted.
There, okay. In the past discussion on this, there's been the reluctance expressed to accepting the rule, which I think is called for, which is that if there's any penalty attached to changing counsel or exercise of the right under 16.16D4, that, no, 3.16A4, that the cases to me indicate that because of the public policy expressed in the rule of the right of a client to change counsel is based in the public policy, that any contractual agreement which waives that right, in essence, by providing for some additional compensation if you change counsel, violates the public policy. And in the several contexts in the cases, which I've also cited, where the Supreme Court and other courts have faced the question of public policy versus additional lawyer compensation, they've all come down on the side of enforcing the public policy, noting that the ability to obtain in those certain cases quantum merit or reasonable value recovery is sufficient compensation or offset for upholding the unfairness of upholding